I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Fonjema, River to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my congratulate my brother to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV. Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South of Man. On the beat. To get your information. To the spoon, to be my spoon,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Fonjema, River to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat my congratulate my brother to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update to the spoon. What? Yeah.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon to be my spoon, spoon, spoon television, spoon, spoon, spoon. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening.
Of course, Spawn is going to tell you what is happening in Liberia.
Gonna tell you what is happening.
Spawn's going to tell you what's happening
Just to the spoon, to the spoon.
in Africa. So we are here this evening
Just to the spoon.
with another edition of
You want to get a new
your
stuff.
most preferred nighttime show.
You want to know what is
Audius Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Good evening. Welcome to the Spawn Talk.
just to the spoon. You want to know what
The Spawn Talk
administrator.
is your trusted evening companion where critical minds meet, where critical voices are heard, and where critical issues that shape our nation are brought to the table.
You from Funjama.
This is the platform where politics meets policy, economy meets experience, society meets sense, and faith means facts.
You got a spoon.
Every evening,
You got a spoon radio.
we bring to you sharp insights, balanced debates,
Yeah.
and informed perspectives on the most pressing political, economic, social, and religious matters
Rastafari.
affecting
Kribamba, kribamba,
Mama Liberia.
kribamba, kribamba, kribamba.
With a panel of seasoned professionals from analysts to economists, clergy to civil society voices, political thinkers to cultural experts. Dive deep, ask the tough questions, and unpack the headlines that matter. So wherever you are tuning in from, whether online, whether via your various radio, stay with us as we break down the noise and bring clarity to the chaos. And of course, this evening, I'm sitting in as your producer until end time. My name is Yekezi Zwobel. Let's have a wonderful time together on the first segment of the show. We like to open the line so that you can call in and tell us what's on your minds. What are those burning issues you want to share with us, with the public, with the government, and all of that? So the numbers are 07777 1075, 07777 1075, 0555 101075 are the numbers to put it through. Call us and tell us what is on your mind. What are you thinking about? What you think, the public needs to know, the government needs to know? What are those burning issues in your various communities? Or you probably want to call to opine on, some of the trending national issues. So we go to the lines and talk to our first caller here this Thursday evening. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Thomas Jara, calling from Brown County, precisely Bangatide.
Okay, Thomas, welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, what's on my mind this evening is that I like to congratulate the President's Excellency Ambassador Joseph Yema. He's trying his best. There are challenges, but he's trying his best. All I want him to do this evening, I wish you hear my call, is to make sure that all of the agencies and ministries in government, the inspectors should come on the field. The inspectors should come on the field.
Okay.
Because I'm saying this, the schools are about to close now. The administrators in the school.
Oh my God, we lost him. But we also lost our orange line. Is facing a little bit of technical problem. So instead of our hotlines for the orange, you can call us on this alternative line for orange subscribers 0770 41 7724 0770 41 7724. That's our alternative orange line for this evening. Our 777-771-075 number is now on. So call us on 0770 41 77 24. Let's get to the lines and talk to this person. The Nooster line is also on 0555-101-075. Let's talk to this person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
This is Frank Kemu, and I called in from Amagashi Community District number 2, Moserado County.
Okay, and Frank, let's hear you.
Yeah, quickly, what I want to speak to is that the Unity Party-led government had disappointed the Liberian people, and as such, this identical government deserved a one term.
How has the Unity Party-led government disappointed the Liberian people?
They had disappointed the Liberian people because we listened to many of their campaign messages that they were never going to do business as usual. Now,
okay.
As we observe the situation in our country, they have done even more than business as usual. We saw how they abuse the rule of law in this country. We are seeing how massive corruption is creeping in the corridor of our country today under this identical UP government headed by Joseph Newman Walker. We are seeing how the president is flying private jets from country to country when he said he was never going to do business as usual. There is a complete disappointment, a complete contradiction to the message I will preach to the Liberian people.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. Let's hear another person out. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, I'm Dodo and I'm doing from an FE resident. My attention have been drawn to a ruling from the Supreme Court concerning the Bureau of Information that CDC filed.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that I think the government need to do the needful. The Berners family need their property, and I think there should be no level of intimidation that the CDC will use to scare the government. So I mean, the people property. I mean, the government should move in to see how best they can get CDC for CDC to vacate the people property so the Berners family can have their property.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, guys, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Let me say good evening to His Excellency President Boakai. So, I come to speak to the conscience of Una Farmer, the president of the Liberal Bar Association, right? If you see what Podiki was denied on the basis of providing fake documents when it comes to a birth certificate in our country, when he appointed by the former president George Weah. Today, he says the bursary and language in our legal environment when it comes to representing party or whosoever in conflict. No. To have seen the men representing CDC where they were charged $500 each to pay within 24 hours, this country will not getting anywhere. This man should not be around anything when kind of legality in the country. This man does not behave, man, who's supposed to be fair and clear when it comes to country. This is Nigeria. The Nigerian man should not be in our country. That in the first place. Where is Evelyn Dara Delon who denied the man on the basis of providing fake documents? Where is he said do in our system?
Thank you. Thank you.
They should take action again.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello, are you there?
Yeah, hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Jones Betty calling from the Congo town this evening. Good evening to a listening audience.
Okay, good evening, and let's hear you out.
Okay, I just called to say to President Joseph Boakai, the problem, like brother President Boakai, you have to respect the constitution of this nation. It is a clear fact when the current speaker in person said that it is a tradition, and the intent was to ensure that they have a speaker from the ruling establishment. And due to that, and you, President Bouakai, knowing that very well, you they respected the ruling from the Supreme Court. You think with any investor, serious money investment comes to the country, and look at what you continue to practice and what you continue to, you being the president of the nation, and President Bouakai, you feel this nation once it comes to the rule of law. And the second now, your government continue to clamp down on freedom of speech. It happens so on Senator Eddie Melvin Snow. Is that how we will proceed in this nation? Once you come to critique the government and consider enemy of the state, President Bouakai, you have to do. The people of the nation are.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person now. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Hello.
Hello, you have to lower the volume of the radio or just walk away from it, please.
I mean, walk away from it. Okay. Hello.
Let's hear you out.
This is Sam Iman from Nan Street.
Sam, go ahead.
What my mind to know how to do with the bill, the snow is covering at the Senate. I think almost know how to see the welfare of Liberian people then waiting for the holiday. Looking in Liberia, most people lounging around no work. So the best thing that they can do very fast in each of the Liberian people and forget what Muslim holiday. It's no benefit to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Let's hear you out.
Yeah, I'm Oscar. That is been calling from Gamsa, Niva County.
Oscar, go ahead. Let's hear you.
What on my mind tonight has to do with the insincerity of our lawmakers. You know, the government can be honest. So we who from the district that when they passing budget, they can allocate district development like for each they go budget, they allocate 100,000 for every district in Liberia. But you know, when they lawmakers they go and take the money, when they use it for their own personal use, when they go do report to their district, they can tell the people on the district that we need in the district that the development that I'm carrying on is my little salary that I'm making, I divide into two, and I'm taking development in this district. It's unfair to we the citizens. It's unfair to the government. Because as a lawmaker, when government allocate money for you to go and develop the district, make the people to know that government allocate that more so that the money will use to develop the district. But you can't say the money is using for your salary. It's unfair.
Thank you.
I want the speaker to see reason. I want the government to see reason and tell them that when they get allocated money, let them tell that citizens that the money is for the government cover, it's not for their own salary.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, man. I got a few things on my mind.
You just got to summarize them in at least 30 seconds.
Yeah, Eugene Fagon, you know, if the government wants to do something, they should come up clearly to do it. Stop hiding your hand and then be talking right. Eugene Fagon, of all persons, I listened to a recording from Eugene Fagon denigrating Stanton Waters. Eugene Fagon does not have any more to put more on Stanton. Eugene, why is it so quick for people like Eugene to forget? Everything Stanton did any other thing. Well, you were sitting with Stanton just in the heat of the election. Who made you popular? Who made for the United Party people to get rid of Eugene? That's Stanton. But it was a very Eugene man, and I don't know why people can call him comedian. He was a very Eugene man. Then
Thank you.
Stanton Waterspoon, and the government will sit there doing fully well what Stanton Waterspoon did for them.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there?
Yes, good evening. I'm sorry, it was the internet.
Okay.
My name is Kuko, and I join you from Rwanda, Kigali this evening.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay, let me first and foremost say thanks to the Spoon family for the work done for the Liberians who are in the diaspora. My concern is just about one thing. Sometimes when I sit, I can really ask myself as to whether if we just say like, bro, okay, that everybody forget about dividing the country on a political line. That everybody forget about political party, individuality and all of that. Let us focus on national development. Let's focus on national growth of the country. I wonder, this is how Liberians are going to be engaged and be participating into the peace and progress of our country. So what I'm trying to say is that this is about time that all Liberians, regardless of our political party or regardless of our political affiliation, to put our feet to fire and fight for what Liberia want to get from the United Nations, from the United Nations Assembly. It is about time that we all come together and prove to the other international community that want to solicit their support, to prove to them that we are a united country, and our presence on the United Nations Commission is going to bring more progress to the rest of the other neighboring country. So it is not really, life is not just about politics. It's about how can we work together to move our country forward. Thank you for having me on your show this evening.
Thank you very much for calling in. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I was on the line, and I don't know, you cut me off.
Okay, yeah. So you just gotta be brief now, cause there are others on the lines. Our lines here are boozing.
Okay, quickly. So what I was saying, the government should at least try to regulate using Fagon. And not just everybody you put more from. We all know how Standard Water Spoon help this government. So you should not be the one starving in the back.
Thank you.
Fact, if there not be any other thing, why now the American people can hold the memo help you before you starving in the back? So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening, Sylvester Chobe.
This is Yekezi in Sylvester.
Okay, good evening, Yekezi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Peter. So come to New York, I'm calling my so many things number 4. And Mr. Good evening to the FNC President Joseph Yuma Boga, seen on the best president of Popular Labrador. Welcome back, Mr. President. Thank you for representing Labrador again. And Mr. President, I'm appealing to you, please don't forget about with the model survey. Because when we issue the campaign from failure to failure, from time to time, from country to country. So I'm begging Mr. President, please think about with the model survey. If you even say think about empowering any youth in the country, you have to think about the model survey. Because we know when you choose the campaign, story, there's the two, take what that football fee, or in the direct security factory, from play to play, Mr. President. I'm appealing to you, Mr. President, FNC President Joseph Yuma Boga. Please think about with the model survey. Don't forget about with the model survey.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you two are, so I will tell you, Mr. President, please don't mind the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. Seku Fofana, in Baje. Good evening.
Okay, Seku, go ahead.
Yagazi, let me say this. I wish my country, our beloved country, good luck, countless will to win the secret non-permanent seat on the Security Council. Yagazi, unless people that you now love your country, that's why you now see for your country. But let me say those that wish the country a bad luck. The bad luck will return to all of them. One thing when God say I'm doing this thing, you say you're not doing it. That few things God do to you. You want to say, I don't want to see progress of their person or in the country. Number one, God will do for you. God will make you blind. You say that you hear about but you not see it. Second, God make you cripple. You say that the third God kill you, or the last one you be alive. Then God do it. Say, but I already doing now. You say you will not happy. I already doing now. What do you do?
You sure God can kill?
You will get it by grace of God. Thank you for holding me.
All right, thank you anyways for calling. So folks, you're listening to the Spoon Talk tonight. It's 25 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. This is your most preferred nighttime show. The show that brings you everything needed for your supper, I would say. This is your trusted evening companion where critical minds meet, where critical voices are heard, and where the issues that shape our nation are brought to the table. And of course, my name is Yekezi Joel. the CEO and his team of panelists will be joining us very shortly. And today is a special edition of the show, as you may have seen on the flyer. Former Foreign Affairs Minister D. Maxwell Kimia is going to be guest here on the show this evening. So watch out for that. It's going to be a very, very intriguing and informative interview here with the CEO and of course his team of panelists. So let's get back to the lines to talk to more callers, to talk to more Liberians about what they think about some of the trending national issues in the country. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Dennis Sava. I call you from Lower Sunday.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, I think last night I called. For me, I will keep scratching on the issue. Corruption have become, I didn't even know how to classify it. But now, the two GSM companies, they both really stealing from us, broad day stealing, my fellow. Some of us, we are low-income people. We buy meaning we put in the food. I think the understanding of when you buy something, like the half bag already you buy it is for you. You eat it for 1 month or 2 months, it's all left for you. But you buy a mini, put it in the food. Before that same time, the next day they take it off. What I want for? I'm appealing to the government. Let us look into it. Even the FTA boss, let us look into it. Let the people stop. You put your mini in the phone. You
So
buy
you can just put your minis in the phone and disappear.
Yeah, take it, my brother. They did it to me the other time. Crap, because I was trying to, I was in the bush. They took the money off.
Which are the companies?
Orange did it. We are also doing it. Same thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, let's say thank you.
Thank you for the concern. I hope the folks on Orange and Unstar are listening, and of course, LTA is listening as well. I hope they can address that issue. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello?
Let's hear you out.
Yeah, okay. My name is Asin Sogwe. So, yeah, guys, for me, what my mind has to do with what the Minister of Information and the CSA boss said today. It's the full person. Because even if they are setting up a policy for every president and speakers, protest to have their own people that will work with their personal staff. So was that what gave them the authority to employ the people without any paper? And they started taking pay. Look, some of us we serve as personal staff to people before, but we have employment letter, we have staff. So even if they still putting a policy together, what really stop you for giving the people employment letter, or what stop you for showing the living human being to the GSC so they will know? My last concern has to do with those who are on sanction. The former Protem, Nathaniel McGill, Nunkwe, and others. This government did not come from strangers. They've been here. This government started with the American people at the time then that indeed these people come.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you out.
Yeah, this is Thomas Jala.
Thomas Jala. Go ahead, let's hear you.
Calling from Bangor City, Bon County.
Okay.
I was on the line earlier. I was saying to the president that the administration agencies, they have inspector units. Schools are about to close right now. And we, the parents, are worried because there will be high inflation in graduation fees and what have you. The ministry agency inspector unit need to come on the ground to start doing that work. For example, the health ministry, you go to the hospital, you got your own blood, your own syringe. For example, the expired food on the market. People, transport ministry is not doing their job. People pour in a bath, we pay the same amount. The inspector unit to come up to help this government. That's the one that we the ordinary citizens will feel the impact of this government. That's one of my major concerns
I have right now.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Hope the relevant authority is listening. CEO, welcome to the show.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much. How you doing today?
I'm good. How yourself?
I'm better than good, you can see. I'm better than good.
That's good.
That's
Yeah.
No. Let me see. I'm better than good, you can see. How's the terrain?
Pardon?
How's the terrain?
Yeah, the terrain is good. The terrain is okay.
Are you on terrain management?
Of course, I do terrain management.
Okay. So how many people we have put in place?
Pardon?
How many folks have we put in place according to the structure of a terrain management? How many folks?
I can tell for now.
Wow. But indeed, we just want to say we are so happy for the beautiful day. We're going to bring D-Max. D-Max is coming on. D-Max camera. I love this picture of D-Max. So you see there, he's coming on tonight. He's our guest. We want to say to you, we'll take a few more calls real quick. And then we want to ask you, what do you make of D-Max? We're going to discuss national issue, the non-permanent seat at the UN, everything you know about D-Max. It's like, Yagazi, it's everything on the table, Yagazi, everything. I'm afraid though, everything on the table. We are leaving no stone unturned. We're flipping all the coins, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, all day I'm searching, I'm researching, I'm just in. Then I said, wow. So, you know what? I'm thinking whether I should wear the proper suit or I should wear the coat suit. You guys say, which one? Oh, I'm okay, right?
You okay?
Yeah, I want to be free. You know, I'm not a coat suit person. I want to, listen, let me ask our many fans out there. I want to be free. I want to talk to, I've been praying. I've been seeking the face of God just to have this conversation today. Yeah. I'm serious. But you know, something scary happened today. The president, when he was returning, he came in the country, by the way. Something happened to his plane. Do you have Cholo Play in studio?
Not yet.
Yeah, well, something strange happened. Something strange happened to the president plane. And I was so afraid when I heard the news, but the security guys, EPS, took, and this is serious, we're gonna file a complaint to PUL. They took the journalist and phone and deleted that video about what happened to the president plane. I know, listen, thank God nothing bad happened, but it's scary to know that the president plane, the tire was on fire. It was on fire. We got a video. As much as they try to hide the video, but you know, social media is a great place. So we showed a video of what happened to the president plane. Yeah, the tire burst into flame. They had to drive the car, you know, to deplete the president from the tarmac. We got a video. We got the photos, we got everything. Because it's a way in which we do our thing. And I said to the EPS guy, man, come on. You should be more reasonable. This is important for the nation to know what happened to the leader. So you cannot sit down and have this great video. So I'm going to show part of the video. Then we will talk about bringing in the ambassador, the minister, Minister Kemaya. But let me do this real quick, all right? Let me show part of this video. Just part of this video real quick. Yeah, I have to. You can see I have to show part of the video, you know, because how you call them, I want everybody, the president is okay now. He was a little bit shaking, right? He was shaking, but I can say to you that thank God he's okay. I want you to listen to the EPS folks. I got a whole video. When the plane was coming, the air, everything, I got everything. So when they come in, they say, well, Stanton, you know, they deleted all the videos, and the EPS and the executive mansion told all the reporters that we're going to delete the video. It's on the front page, Africa. Fumi, yeah, Fumi, come on. Let's play part of this video. I want you to look in the far right corner and see what happened to the plane. You got to look very, very carefully here now.
Jeez.
So I'm going to play the whole video, right? You heard the guy saying Jesus. Then he went on to say, cut it off, cut it off, cut it off. We got all of that, right? We got the video. The president was shaking. The whole plane was shaking when that happened. They couldn't move any further. We have another information that another plane was coming to land, but they had to turn around and it went back to Ghana. This is a big thing. This is a scary thing, right? We're going to show you all the pictures, the video, everything, because only on Spoon you can find that. But Yekezi, I'm telling you, this is scary.
So it is. It is.
This is scary. Listen, let me give you another angle of the video that we receive again. I love my Liberian people, the photo Spoon, the belief Spoon. They come up with everything and say, CEO, we got this video for you. You know, we were there, we did this, and I love it. So let's watch all the video here. So again, I want you to come back. We got all this video we're going to show to you. Thank God. And listen, it happened while they playing touch ground. Thank God, right? But if I show you all the video, you'll be shaking. You know, when you're on the plane will go, boo, 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 boo. Have you flew on a plane before? You can see? I pray I will tell Madam Titi that she gave you a trip to Ghana. Just 1 week for you to experience that, right? Fumi have flown on a plane before. The plane be shaking, boo, 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 boo. Right? It's just shaking. But what happened? What was so strange when the tire descended because they were in the landing gear? The tire, one of the tire, the right tire, got into flame. You know, people love the program. People love Spoon, and people love the president, and they wish the president well. So there's nothing else. I'm going to play just a little bit of the video because I don't want to give you everything after my interview with the minister. But this was very, very scary. I'm going to show you the picture. I want you to hear the security guy say, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. And again, we will share on our pages. I want you to watch it. It's not a good picture, but we got it. And I will say to you, it's our duty to show it to you because this is the network you believe in, and this is the network that will show you. So let's watch it again, just briefly. Let's watch. I'm not going to show you everything. It's just a jab. So let's watch it. And the executive mansion had in it, you know, the EPS went into the platform. But you can go in the phone. You can do anything you want to do. But on this end, we are more sophisticated. When we hit the social media, we spread all that thing already. So that's a problem. So they took shoulder plate, you know, phone, they deleted all the video, but that thing gone a long time. For me, they were wasting their time. So my begin call me. My begin say, oh, they deleted all the video as a shoulder plate chill. Once somebody is recording, right? Once that thing press record, we are saving it in our archive. You cannot delete it. And anybody on Spoon, in a network, once you go in live, everything is saved in the central base archive. So all that your man just get on the phone. I told you, I said, get on the phone, let it delete it. Let it enjoy itself. But why would the government hide this? Why the government want to hide this? The president is our president, right? He's our president. If anything happened, come on, you don't have to hide it. So I know we see the ambassador setting. I beg the ambassador for a few more seconds here. Let me go ahead again, guys. Share the show. It's good to have you. Share the show. We're going to talk a lot about issues. Let me go ahead again right here and play this video. This video is the video. Look in the far right corner. Far right corner.
Jeez. Put up.
You hear the security guy say, cut it off, but it was late, folks. You cannot cut it off. You just can't. We are independent international media. We get all of our system all connected. So then from another angle, I want you to watch this. It's very important. Thank God the president is safe. So you see, I have to do a little cut here and there because certain things I want to prevent. When the president was getting off the plane, I will show you that video because it took the car to the tarmac and the president was getting off the plane. The president was shaking, of course. It happened though. And I'm going to show you that, but let me give you the picture real quick. You see, that's what happened. The smoke, the dust, everything. I want you to see this. I'm going to put some of this thing in picture form for you to see. And it was a scary time, but thank God the president is here. Akaris, I know we got an ambassador in the back. Fubi, thank you for joining us. Let me hear you guys quickly and jump into this great interview for today. Fubi, we make about them hiding this information, deleting the information from, they thought they deleted the information from the reporter's camera, but it's all over now, and we'll share it, and we'll say thank God that President Bouaka is safe. Talk to me.
Yeah, firstly, like I said, thank God for a safe arrival and nothing happened to them. But I think people should not be hiding such from the public. It happened. Thank God nothing happened, and we all got to say, look, praise God, and the president and his entire entourage are safe, and there was no casualty. So those are normal things that will happen. Accidents are bound to happen from time to time. We all those that have traveled by air sometimes will experience this kind of talk, different kind of turbulence and other stuff. Even some landing can be hard. And I remember one time going to Cote d'Ivoire, we couldn't land. The guy almost crashed us. He had to go back in the air and flew to Ghana, and took 2 hours in Ghana before we went back to Abidjan. So those kind of things will happen, but when it happened and nothing, and when you are safe, you just say, God, thank you. I don't think the security should be hiding from the public. The public deserves 100% information on the well-being of their president. That's their president. They elected him. He's leading the country. So even if he's coughing, it put me on that the president has cough. If he's okay, it put me on that the president is okay.
Thank you very much. And this is just embarrassment to tell you though. Why will you go and ask a reporter to delete the information from the camera, from the cell phone, knowing very well that information gone the day they appear, the day they put the camera on, we get back up, we just saving everything. Why will you waste your time? And these guys were being so rude and disrespectful, unprofessional, right? Yeah. But we got the information. The EPS people saying, take it all, we'll rustle you, they took somebody's phone. Guess what happened? This is social media era. You cannot beat the system. Great man, let's hear you before we bring in Ambassador. I'm going to have a one-on-one with Ambassador today for 1 hour, 30 minutes. Then we're going to go ahead to talk about the issue. A lot of stuff happened. Kula Fofana. Not Kula Fofana. How you call her? What's the other girl name? No, Kula Fofana. Talking about her. She took a trip in Sierra Leone. She took a trip in Sierra Leone with the same Colonel Cry. But then Colonel Cry and this big money issue, almost $1 million issue hanging over Colonel Cry. I don't know what's going on, whether she ate the money, whether she did it with other people involvement. There's some kind of nonsense going on about supplementary payroll, powering the payroll. We came to fight the system, and now we took the system on a whole different level. What's going on with your people, Fubi Herring? What's going on? But we'll come to you. Let's talk about the plain issue. I just can't wait. Look at the hospital. The dialysis program. Oh my God. Look at the dialysis program. Pregnant women sleeping on the floor. At JFK, I got a video. Pregnant women sleeping on the floor. Nobody to turn to them. People don't. What kind of situation we find ourselves in? The president plane landing is shaking and vibrating. Thank God the president is safe. President Boga, please don't fly private jet. It's entrapment. But anyway, who am I? Talk to me, Greg.
Yeah, you know, no one wish any bad thing to happen to the president or any Liberian. No one wish for that. You know, God, I can tell you something about God. For me, it's the son. When you run a campaign on the basis that you will not do A, B, C, D, God begins to wash you. For that tire to burst today and the flame of smoke I saw that you just posted is the sign. It means the president should not rap private jet again because he told the Liberian people that's a commitment to God that he would not rap private jet, and it was wrong. If you're thinking of lying, let the president keep riding private jet. Nobody wish for bad thing, but that's a dangerous sign. The next thing, wait, the next thing. The next thing,
we got a ambassador. You sit there.
Yeah, anytime we touch Joseph Boga, you Christian, you know what I'm talking about.
The thing is that I love the puppet so much, but Megan to all.
It's a bad omen. Listen, you're crashing down on the media. The Fubi, you read for the side of Fubi. It's not good for the public to speculate what happened. So you take the people phone from them. So you open the Pandora box of speculations. In case something we're not going to put out the video today, people will speculate differently. The entire airport is grounded. I got friends who traveling, they can't travel today. People were coming in, they cannot come in. Yeah, so we'll pick up people from the airport today. Okay? So you leave people. I guess the RIA has their issue of press release, but if not say anything substantial. They just say,
we have a phone. Don't bring me on the RIA something.
Yeah.
Because I get something. Okay. Listen.
No,
I really got to bring the ambassador on. Yes, the fact, great. You know what? Ask the people who own that plane, where that plane came from. Ask them where the plane came from.
No, we'll discuss it. You can say it. Yo, you can say it.
Greed will cause problem.
That Jeremiah Kun reached the plane. Wait, that Jeremiah Kun, your man, reached the plane.
No. Don't play
it. You saw the plane.
No, my man. So on that note, we're gonna move ahead. We just say your way. Let's come back. Your man will come back. On that note, that move on.
So you talk about this, I'm not gonna fuck you up. But anyway,
Jeremiah Kun, my man. I would not like to be talking about Jeremiah Kun.
Why was he dancing? Now,
the ambassador said, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to get your popcorn. I want you to get ready. You see, I got no kosu, no proper on. I'm just in my sweat because it's kind of too cold here. But I want to say to you, I'm so happy, right? One-on-one. They call it the mano a mano, right? The butter system. You gave me and I gave you. I'm happy to present to you as we bid farewell, temporary farewell to Fubi, Herrings, and Honorable Akaris Mose Gray, because we'll be bringing the only person that will help from this, and because she gotta be here. I beg. Maybe it will be that to Richardson whenever she appeared, but I beg because we
want to taking you off.
No, man, I gotta take you off. I gotta take you off. You come with trouble.
We'll come back.
They got a big problem. Let me bring in the ambassador. The ambassador himself, Ambassador D. Maxwell, Sir Kamaya, the senior. It's always good to have you. Because of the show and other conversation we'll be having, we're bringing Dr. Richardson, who actually, she's to study her. But at the end of the day, Mr. Ambassador, the former foreign affairs minister, the senior advisor and chief special envoy to the former president, His Excellency, Dr. George Manuel Bakuba. We love having you, and listen, we've been wishing for this day. Yeah, it is today. We say welcome to the show. Welcome to the one-on-one with the CEO. It's good to have you, sir.
Thank you very much, CEO, for the invitation.
You are quite welcome. You are very, very welcome. It's always good to have you. We're going to have a lot of conversation today. People are asking about why now? Why now you have decided to join Spoon, that we can have this conversation. The best thing ever we can do as a panelist is to say an invite. You accept our invite. We have a down the room conversation. I don't like this restricted conversation, Ambassador. I like when I visit you, you bring the food on the table, we eat it and we just lecture. but we lecture on substance that the people will have to take away. So I'm glad to have you, and I will decrease my height and elevate your height to give you the time to speak to the nation tonight, to know more about you and about your progress at the foreign ministry, your progress on the United Nations, your negotiation. We have the non-permanent seat coming up on Tuesday. What have you done? What did you do? We want to know more about you, the interaction likewise with some situation here in America. We want to know about the person now you working along with, the former president, Dr. George Manuel Weah, serving as senior advisor, chief special envoy. We want to know about your political party and the way forward. We want to know just a little on everything about this government, your involvement with this government, your dislike and operation on the social issue, the bread and butter issue. We want to know everything today, but we have limited time, just 1 hour, 30 minutes. So we hope we can use our time wisely, and we say welcome to the show. Do we have a delay, Dama? Do we have a delay? All right.
Yes, a delay.
I saw Dr. Richardson in the back. If you want to come, Dr. Richardson, I saw you in the back, but you went off. But let me see if I can reach out to Diamond. It looked like Ambassador, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are we good now? Ambassador?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Yeah, it looked like we have a delay though. Did you hear what I say? I want to bring you on for you to have your 2 minutes of intro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it appears there's a delay though, but I do hear you.
All right, just 1 minute. We got to make some adjustment, Ambassador. Just 1 minute, folks. Bear with me. Let's make some adjustment. Let's reach out to the producer from the Ambassador. Dama? Hello? What happened? Can you reconnect? We're having a serious delay. Okay, folks, so Dama is there. Dama's going to set the ambassador up. We have a little bit of technical problem. That delay is not good. We will have to now go into the setup mode, but yet and still, again, like I said, I saw Dr. Richardson in the back, but she left. She will be joining us for post-analysis maybe. I said my brother consider good. Likewise, everybody coming. Let's see whether the ambassador is ready now. Once Dama gave us a go ahead, let's see what's happening. Ambassador, can you hear me? Are we good?
Yes, yes, I do.
Is it better now?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, we still got an issue, Ambassador. Ambassador, if you, okay, guys, give us 1 minute. Let's try to set the ambassador right. I don't know what's the problem. We still got an issue, folks. We're gonna have Ambassador D-Max coming out here. Oh, my man, Lafayette, good. Let me talk to you while we wait to set the ambassador up. How you doing, my brother?
Good, brother. Good. Thanks for the show tonight. Good.
Yeah, I can see them setting up the ambassador microphone because, again, we got to have a good show. Again, want to welcome all of you. Please share the show. Arnold Taylor, G. Mike, Francis, Mamalu, Vantage, Liberia, Morris Harris, Morini, John Kuhn, Fedebala. We want to say to all of you, we're going to reset, and I will be joined with Ambassador Kamaya, the former Foreign Affairs Minister, now the Senior Advisor, Chief Special Envoy to the former President George Manuel Weah. Sam Pade, it's good to have you. Tipples Dempster, as always. Bob Wesley, it's good to have you. Garrison Yene, Winston Gray, Toiletier, Beatrice Tipla, my Beatrice. It's good to have you. We want to welcome all of you. It's going to be a great information session today. we will be talking about the situation that took place here in America concerning one comments. We will be discussing and asking questions. When you remember when the police came, we played that clip the other day. We will be asking D-Max question on it. We'll be asking D-Max question on the range of other issues that Richard says, it's good to see you. I hope you're here to stay. We'll be having an hour, 30 minutes interview with D-Max, but you're having some technical problem that Diamond is working on. Welcome, Dr. Richardson.
Hey, hello, everybody. Hello, Stanton. Hello, Counselor. Good. How are you guys doing today?
Good, I'm good. I'm good.
That's good.
I'm good. And I guess Stanton is good for because the way he's talking, you feel the energy in his voice.
You didn't sing yet. I didn't hear you singing a song yet, so.
My faith has fallen, all rest in place, none in divine or grace.
There we go.
I chosen ever living God. His home for me shall be. I need no other argument. I need no other pain. It is enough that Jesus died. And then he died for me. I need no other argument, Dr. Richardson. I need no other thing. It is enough that Jesus died, and that he died for me. It is well.
It is well.
So I want to say, well, thank you guys. Counselor, we'll bring you back. We got to get ready. I think the ambassador is ready, and we'll bring you back. It's good to have you, folks. It's good to have all of you joining us. As always, we want to say, come share the show. We are here with Ambassador Kamaya. Ambassador, welcome to the show. If you can hear us better, sir.
Thank you very much. I do hear you.
Thank you very much. It's better now. Ambassador, I will give you the time for you to introduce yourself properly. We know you to be the former foreign minister. We know you. I know you, but let's allow our audience to know you better. And thank you for accepting our invite, sir.
Again, let me express my thanks to you and the network for the invitation. In your intro, you did say that people are asking why now. Why now? Because the invitation came now. And the first time I called on your network was a couple of months ago, actually towards the end of last year, when there was a wrong assertion being made regarding the loans at the Liberian Business Association. And I came in to clarify what the former AG, a man that I also respect, stated. And during that show, I did make a commitment that I will, at some point, if invited, appear. And I don't respect a man for what he or she has, and I'm saying man in terms of gender, referring to both male and female. I don't respect a man based on what he or she has in terms of wealth, but if you can match your words with your deeds. So it's in furtherance of that when I received the invitation from you to appear on the Spoon Network to discuss Liberia's quest for a seat on the UN Security Council as a non-permanent member. I accepted. Like, as it relates to intro, my name is Ambassador D. Maxwell Sakemaya Sr., a son of Lofa County, schooling wise, a graduate of the University of Liberia some 35 years ago, holding a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics with minor in physics. And based on my experience in the past, seeing my mother struggle and my desire to fight poverty, we then did microfinance and economic development at the Catholic-owned and operated Uganda Matas University in East Africa, to be specific, Uganda, where we obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree in that field with honors, and we also obtained a Master's in Development Studies from that same institution with honors as well.
Thank you.
We will restrict and limit with being into civil society and NGO related work spanning decades, for more than 20 years, 2 decades. We were in that sector fighting for women and children. Women and children. We then went into the private sector where we served as president of the Liberian Business Association, having headed an NGO as its executive director, the Action for Greater Harvest. We got into public service. We turned down offers from 2 presidents to go in the public service. We accepted to work in government 2018, April 4th to be specific. We became Deputy Minister for Administration at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Liberia. September the 4th of 2018, we assumed the attendant responsibilities and duties as Ambassador Extraordinary and Planning Potential at the United Nations in New York and all of its organs, where we served from September the 4th, 2018, up to September 3rd, 2020, when His Excellency Dr. George Manawia, then President of the Republic of Liberia, nominated us to serve as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Dean of the Cabinet following which we went through confirmation hearing and we were confirmed and appointed in that position on September 29, 2020. We
Thank you.
assume the helm of powers at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on October 6, 2020. And from then up to now, currently, as you rightly said, I was formally appointed, as in previous capacities while in government, but now as senior advisor and chief special envoy to His Excellency Dr. George Manawiya, former President of the Republic of Liberia.
Thank you. Wow. I want to say welcome to the show. It's good to know you through those great that great portfolio of yours and credential that I pray one day to achieve. But for now, we want to say thank you. We want to say to all of our many followers, please share the show. Let's have some frank discussion with Ambassador, special envoy now to the former president, Dr. George Manawiya. Mr. Ambassador, on Tuesday, there will be an election at the UN for one of the non-permanent seats. I want you to bring us up to speed. The argument, what did you do as foreign minister, and how far did you bring us for this non-permanent seat?
Thank you very much. This quest or endeavor on the part of Liberia to pursue a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council dates as far back as 2019, when I was appointed, commissioned to go to New York. His Excellency President Dr. Weah, amongst number of things that align with his foreign policy objectives at the time as chief architect of Liberia's foreign policy then, pushing and exploring the possibilities of working towards Liberia becoming a member of the UN Security Council, a non-permanent member, formed an integral part of our objectives and our vision as we headed to the UN. Pursuant to that mandate from His Excellency, we embarked on a robust pursuit of that desire upon our arrival in New York. In 2019, we expressed Liberia's intention to run for the non-permanent seat in strict adherence to the mandate I spoke about earlier from His Excellency President Weah. At a meeting of ECOWAS ambassadors, group of ECOWAS ambassadors, we expressed that. Little did we know that Ghana was also opting for the seat. The Federal Republic of Nigeria was also opting for the seat. Niger was also opting for the seat. And then Liberia, all of us from West Africa. And there was one slot allotted to West Africa at the time in 2019 for an election for that slot that was scheduled for June of 2019. Negotiations began. I had just gone to the UN, barely 5 months into the commencement of my duties and responsibilities as Liberia's permanent representative to the UN. I met all of those, the ambassadors from the other 3 countries, Niger, Nigeria, and Ghana. I met them at the UN. And some of them reminded me that I took office in September of 2018, and they supported my intention to be chairman of the United Nations 4th Committee, the Special Political and Decolonization Committee, one of the most sensitive committees at the UN. And prior to an attempt by Ambassador Louis Brown, a friend and brother, and my predecessor then, and myself, the last time Liberia was placed in such category was over 5 decades, was over 50 years with Her Excellency the late Madam Angie Brooks Randall, who served in that capacity in 1961 as chairman of the 4th Committee of the United Nations. 1961, since that time. And so they were magnanimous following my presentation, making my case, and elected me in that capacity on October the 4th, 2018. So that election, Niger, Ghana, Nigeria, they came back, they said, well, we gave you this opportunity, so now it's time to pay back. I said, well, I have to consult capital. In the process of that, my supervisor, my boss at the time, His Excellency President Milton Finley, then in his capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Dean of the Cabinet, called me on the phone in New York, and he instructed that I should back down in the quest to push for Liberia's bid to become a non-permanent member on the UN Security Council. That's in 2019. He explained to me why a decision had been reached at a higher level. Because as it relates to the state Stanton, there are two platforms within the structure that play a role. The African Group of Ambassadors at the United Nations, three actually, the African Group of Ambassadors at the United Nations, ECOWAS, the Ministerial Council, but most of all, the authority of heads of state, and then the African Union. So Minister Finlay told me that a case had been made and that I should yield at the United Nations. I saw reasoning in his directive, and even if I didn't see reasoning, it was directive from capital, but I did see reasoning. And His Excellency President Dr. Weah also, I placed a call to him, and he said, yes, we will move for another time, and that the process was irreversible, but it's just that the timing, and so we should look to the future. So Niger became the endorsed candidate of West Africa, of the West Africa region, ECOWAS, endorsed by the authority of heads of state and government. And subsequently, the AU endorsed Niger. So Niger was elected in June of that year, of 2019, as West Africa's candidate, as well as Africa's candidate to that position. So Niger served its tenure, which began January 1, 2020, and ended December 31, 2022. Subsequently, Ghana, that was also in contention in 2019, followed after Niger. Because you cannot have two countries from any of the African regions. It has to be one. And there is no more than 3 African countries that can be on the Security Council at a time by the structure. So Niger followed. Following Niger, Ghana from that group. So you see Liberia, Niger, Ghana, and Nigeria, all 2019, from the beginning of this process that we own now, as it relates to the Weah administration. Nigeria could not go because Nigeria was opting for the presidency of the United Nations General Assembly, the UNGA. And so Liberia, as well as other West African countries in Africa, endorsed Nigeria as Liberia, as endorsed Nigeria as Africa's candidate for the UNGA presidency because it was Africa's turn to occupy the presidency of the UNGA. So Professor Tijani, who was then the permanent representative of Nigeria, was elected. So Niger became a member of the UN Security Council. Ghana became a member of the UN Security Council. Nigeria became president of the UNGA. So from the four countries that were opting in 2019, it was left with only Liberia as next in line. And of course, Sierra Leone as well. So from Ghana, then Sierra Leone followed. And that is how the president, His Excellency President Weah, as he rightly said, working along with him, we then follow through. Because within the diplomatic cycle, there are trade-offs, give and take, negotiations. And so Liberia also, during the presidency of President Weah, was opting for the chairmanship of ECOWAS, But that desire on the part of His Excellency President Weah, the president thought it prudent to go for the UN Security Council's bid as a non-permanent member as compared to Putin to be chairman of ECOWAS.
Thank you. Let's squeeze in, if you don't mind, let's squeeze in some questions.
Yes, please.
Thank you for that great history, from 2019 to present. When did you leave the structure? Because we're talking about now, 2025, for the 2026 opening. What did you, as foreign minister, talk to us about how you left this whole thing prior to President Waka coming over, and now it is taken over by Sarah Bessler Yanti, the current foreign minister.
Thank you. So, building on my earlier premise, we then went for an ECOWAS summit. But before then, we directed our embassy in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to be specific, the Shashe, the fair at the time, Mr. Jimmy Bashu. We directed him to
we are not hearing the Ambassador Dharma. Mr. Ambassador, we are not hearing you.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, it's all right now. Yes, sir.
Are you hearing me now? I got a load on TV. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm saying with that history, and then I became Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2020. In 2021, we directed our embassy in Addis Ababa to send a note verbal to the African Union expressing Liberia's interest in running for this seat. I also made our intention known to the ECOWAS Ministerial Council, the Council of Foreign Ministers, a council that precedes its meetings before any summit of ECOWAS. So we did that formal communication to ECOWAS, and we did to the AU, and began the engagement. On July 9, 2023, our meeting, His Excellency President Weah, myself, and the rest of his government, our efforts culminated or yielded fruit when on July 9, 2023 in Bissau, Guinea-Bissau, the authority of heads of state and government, the highest decision-making body of ECOWAS, formally endorsed the candidacy of Liberia for the non-permanent seat. So ECOWAS, but in Bissau, Guinea-Bissau also wanted the seat. So you have Liberia and Guinea-Bissau. His Excellency President Weah engaged his colleague, the President of Guinea-Bissau, and the President of Guinea-Bissau accepted, because we also supported Guinea-Bissau's bid to become chairman of ECOWAS, to take over from former President, His Excellency Akufo-Addo, in Accra. So it was where Guinea-Bissau came into the picture. And the President and myself would play a key role with me supporting the President's lead. And so Guinea-Bissau accepted. So that's how ECOWAS, heads of state and authority, endorsed Liberia. And Liberia, as of July 9, 2023, became not Liberia's candidate, but became the candidate of ECOWAS for this seat. And so all of the countries in West Africa that are members of ECOWAS, they all endorsed Liberia and made a commitment to vote in favor of Liberia for this election, which comes on Tuesday, June 3rd, which is next week.
Yeah, Ambassador, let's just get to it, because we got to run through a lot of stuff. How many members at a time endorsed Liberia from the West African community?
At the time of that endorsement, I would say all of the 15 member states, because at the time, those countries that have pronounced that they are away from ECOWAS have not done so. They were still a part of ECOWAS. Niger, Mali, Guinea-Bissau. So yes, so with all members. And then but Stanton, when that was done on July 9, on the 14th of July, 2023, the African Union also endorsed Liberia in Nairobi, Kenya, as Africa's candidate, not as Liberia's candidate. So that thing you hear, Liberia's candidate, no.
Okay, so
once you are endorsed, you are Africa's candidate.
Okay.
So at the election next week, Tuesday, Stanton, West Africa has one candidate that they put forth, but that candidate is not West Africa's candidate any longer. That candidate is Africa's candidate. So next Tuesday, Africa will have two candidates in the race, but those two candidates will not be competing against each other, as we've heard some people wrongly making assertion that Liberia going against another African country. No. Liberia and the Democratic Republic of Congo are two of Africa's candidates. They are going unopposed. They are going on clean slate. Liberia going on a clean slate unopposed. DRC going on a clean slate unopposed.
So
the work that led us to being unopposed has already been done by His Excellency President Dr. Weah, not because of me, by Ambassador Kimaya and the administration. I send you a communication, and before President Weah left,
before we get
there, several countries around the world made commitments to Liberia to vote in favor of Liberia. For instance, I come in Central, you come in. For instance, Turkey made a commitment to Liberia in 2022. I think in August. And I sent that communication to you from the then foreign minister. It will be good at some point you put it up. But what happened? Liberia still, the current administration, which is good, still reach out to Turkey. Even though Turkey made that commitment in 2022. So it has been all done before this administration took over.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We'll put all the documents that we received up, which way. But my question, before Dr. Richardson comes, it's very important that we discuss this. See, are you saying everything now that this government is doing, you have set this thing in place along with former President George Manaway and the administration? The government just walking into paradise here?
Stanton, Liberia's bid for the non-permanent seat before this current administration took over was irreversible, and it is still irreversible as I speak. Let me just tell you something. At the United Nations, Stanton, Africa constitutes almost 30% or more out of 193 member states of the United Nations. Africa has 54. Out of the 55, there are 54 who are members of the UN. 54 out of 193. Africa at the UN is the most organized and together black at the United Nations. And so every country at the UN opting for support at the UN, they usually try to get the African bloc to support them. No country wants to take the risk or be on a wrong footing with a bloc that has 54 members out of 193. So once Africa puts foot a Kennedy, it's a dumb deal.
But again, Mr. Ambassador, because we have to press on other important topic, we to my question. I want to give Dr. Richardson a chance to come in here. Are you saying that this government had nothing to do but just walk in the park and score that penalty into a free, open goal? Is that what you're saying?
No. By my own core values and principles, I do my best to be a realist. It will be a disservice to my own integrity, my credibility, to the Liberian people, for me to follow the footprint of your choice of words to say that this government do nothing. No. The endeavor on the part of this government, of this administration, to reach out, that is fine. That is so commendable. 2 days ago, on the 27th, this administration closed the campaign period or the campaigning aspect for Liberia's Queen. That is commendable. That is part of the formalities. This administration did open the campaign period in New York. That is also commendable. There is nothing wrong, Stanton, absolutely nothing wrong to work towards consolidating the gains that the previous administration has made, the significant gains, irreversible gains that the previous administration has made to get Liberia to this level. I tell you, for instance, in Liberia, a representative from the Republic of Ireland was on ERBS or ERBC, a couple of weeks ago, and announcing or pronouncing Ireland's support for Liberia. That didn't start now. That is something that was sealed in 2020 when Liberia, at the time I was at the UN, and based on the consent of President Weah, I worked very closely with my dear friend and sister Geraldine, the former ambassador of Ireland to the UN, who is now ambassador of Ireland to Washington. You have Canada, Ireland, and New York that were opting for 2 seats. And not only we stood and we led the campaign effort towards Africa on behalf of Ireland, on behalf of Norway. So they committed, to vote and support Liberia's base. So I'm just telling you that it isn't anything new, but the formalities got to go on. Stanton, May 21 last year, 2024, barely 5 months into the presidency of His Excellency President Joseph Newman Boakai Sr., barely 5 months into his presidency, the United Nations release the final and qualified list of candidates for the election that is taking place next Tuesday. So Liberia and DRC, they were released on May 21 last year, barely 5 months. And it was not from January to May work on the part of the Blanca administration that made the UN to release that listing, of the final listing, final and qualified listing on May 21 last year. All I'm telling you is that President We Are His Excellency and with us at the Foreign Ministry, we laid down a solid, irreversible foundation. And we win more than 90% with respect to it.
Ambassador, we gotta move on. Thank you very much. A lot you said a lot. I'm gonna give Dr. Richardson the chance to ask you a couple of questions. Dr. Richardson, just 1 second. What was your number game? You said 193 is the total vote, or maybe around that part. But how many did you secure?
So with the elections, the way it goes, yes, we are unopposed. Yes, DRC is unopposed, but we need 2/3. We need 2/3 of the 193 votes to go, and that's why I was trying to tell you. Africa has 54. So the 54 from Africa, the voting pattern at the UN, from my experience, Europe will not go against Africa. Asia will not go against Africa.
What's your number you left on the board? How many did you secure? All of the.
You mean which number? You mean which number?
All of the 2/3, because the 2/3 all of 193 will be 129. What was your guaranteed number you left on the board? Did you leave 100? Did you leave 80? What was that number like for you?
Stanton, the We Are administration left an overwhelming number of votes as it relates to commitment for the seat. We are even expecting far beyond 129. Liberia will be elected overwhelmingly as a member of the UN Security Council, non-permanent seat. I will be surprised, and I will be unpleasantly surprised if we get less than 129. But I can tell you, I am of the strongest conviction, given the overwhelming reach out that the We Are administration did, and with the commitment gotten, building on the 54 votes from Africa, that Liberia will be elected. The only time I remember we had an issue, Central, in 2020, there was an issue because the East African bloc, the East African region of ECOWAS, there was a serious situation there. Kenya and Djibouti, there was a serious challenge that the East African region could not come to a compromise as to a single candidate for East Africa. Because East Africa, it was the East African slot at the time for 2020, the year of COVID-19, 2020. And so because of that, the African region for the first time was divided at the UN, because there were countries that were going for Kenya, and there were countries that go for Djibouti. Even myself, at the time I served as chairman of the African group of ambassadors at the UN. I did even try for us to find a breakthrough in terms of a single candidate, but that didn't materialize. So both Djibouti and Kenya went to the elections, and it ended up that Kenya won that slot. Other than that, you have countries that are overwhelming. So my surprise will be an unpleasant surprise if Liberia does not win the seat. And I say unpleasant surprise because I overwhelmingly support Liberia's elections on next Tuesday. His Excellency President Dr. George Manuel Weah Sr., whom I am serving as Senior Advisor and Chief Special Envoy, also overwhelmingly supports Liberia's bid to become a non-permanent member of the Security Council. And I know so because while I am with him, even up to yesterday, there are countries in Africa and outside who have been reaching out to President Weah, asking, and President Weah's statement, his response, that we remain on course. In fact, at one point he said, I will not shoot my legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, when he come back, Dr. Richardson, please.
Educate that from me, and I will not oppose the Liberian people becoming member of the UN Security Council. As recent as yesterday, in one of the responses to one of the leaders of the world that reached out to him.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ambassador D. Maxwell Sakameya Sr., former Foreign Affairs Minister, speaking on the issue of the non-permanent seat. We got a lot to talk about today. Please be patient with us, and we hope that you can take away something very, very important today. Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson, slide in your question, because then, while President Weah didn't openly endorse this seat, will be my next question. But please don't ask my question. Ask your own question, Dr. Richardson.
And I'm ready to answer it.
Okay, Dr. Richardson.
I'm ready to answer that wrong assertion.
Okay.
Ambassador Kimaya, welcome to Spoon. I understand that you and I have traveled along the road of Bon Mines before. I don't know how true that is, but apparently you graduated from Bontown High School. Am I correct about that?
So thank you, Dr. Richardson, for for the welcome. Yes, we have shared bond as it relates to the Bon Mines community. I did graduate from Lutheran Training Institute.
Okay.
But we lived in Bon Mines. We did live in Bon Mines. You may have known the Kimaya in Bon Mines, who was Kimaya, who was the head of VTC, Bon Mines VTC. But I taught upon graduating from the University of Liberia. I became a teacher. I became an instructor within the Bon Educational Center, teaching at Zawiata School, Zawiata Junior High School. And at some point, they gave me promotion to come to Bontown School and teach mathematics, but I turned it down because the lady that I wanted to marry was attending Bontown School. So I said, by my own values and principles, I cannot teach a school where somebody that I'm interested in is attending. So based on that, I didn't teach Bontown School, but I taught Bon Community School, and you may have known Mr. George. I taught at Zawiata School. You may have known Mr. George Goliath, and that lady at the time that I refused to take the promotion at Bonta School. Is my wife, who I have now, and we've been happily married for 27 unbroken years. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great.
Thank you.
I'll be glad to continue this discussion at another time. But I believe that government is continuity. I want to give you and the former government a lot of thanks and praises for taking Liberia forward to where it reached at the United Nations, advancing our bid to become a non-permanent member of the Security Council. So I want to say thank you. I also want to thank the present foreign ministers, Sarah Yanti Beslow, for continuing the fight. And we see, as you said, I think June 3rd, we'll have the vote, and you are overwhelmingly supportive of Liberia becoming a member of the Security Council, having a non-permanent seat. But my question to you, and maybe you can help break this down for us, is this is again historical in modern sense because we're there before. But a lot of people are asking me, how does becoming a member of a non-permanent member of the Security Council correlate or support the healthcare system in Liberia, the infrastructure development, education in Liberia? How does that help, especially in this geopolitics, especially as how the world looks today? How does, maybe you can help us understand this?
I didn't hear the end.
Oh, my ending, I said, considering the geopolitics of the world, the strength of the United Nations is no longer as powerful as it used to be, because you know why. We have a different set of political leaders now. The geopolitics of the world is really interesting. So I see that we are going to be, for the most part, having what you said, I take your word for it. We're going to be a non-permanent member of the Security Council. And I like that. I want to give you credit for that. I want to give the current government credit for that as well. But how does that help Liberia in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of healthcare? If you could speak to that, I would be glad to listen to your answer.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And like I said earlier, before I come directly to your question, the endeavor on the part of the current administration, like the opening of the UN Security Council bid campaign, the closing on the 27th, during which time Her Excellency Madam Sarah Beslow Yanti was there, led the process. I did say earlier on this show tonight that all of what is being done is commendable. It's commendable. So we will not say or disvalue what the current administration is doing. As a matter of fact, in any process that has to do with elections, whether political or as the case of the UN, next Tuesday, which has a semblance of politics, by the way, though at the UN, you continue your push until you reach the finish line successfully. So that's a very good strategy being employed by the current administration. So we will not tread the path of disvaluing what they are doing. No.
And that's very honorable of you.
What is important is for the Liberian people to get the seat, though representing Africa. But we need all hands on deck. So that is, the approach now. So we commend this administration and our successor at the foreign ministry for what they're doing. But you, myself, and we all know that it is not practical to be able to reach all of the countries within the limited time frame. So that's why we continue to stress that we appreciate building on the gains that we've made. Now, having said that, as it relates to, in a way, what benefits can be accrued from being a member on the UN Security Council. The UN Security Council has a total of 15 members. The P5 and the P5 are the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, plus 10 non-permanent members who, the council gets on a rotational basis. The UN Security Council, globally, when it comes to issues in our world today, we need not overly emphasize the power of the council, of the UN Security Council. That's a council that can impose sanctions on countries, or embargoes, sanctions on individuals. So when you become a member of the UN Security Council, the only difference is the 10 non-permanent members cannot veto the P5, which, like I said, the 5 permanent members each has veto power. And once a decision is taken on the council and any one member vetoes, forget it. That decision cannot go forth. And so when you are a member of the council, you have a leverage as a council member. You're looking at issues, around the world. I can tell you, for instance, Kenya, when Kenya was a member of the UN Security Council, and during the heat of Ebola, the heat of COVID-19, where people were not even getting together, former President Biden opted to see the President of Kenya at the White House and made all of the COVID situation, as a member. So you can use your leverage as a country to be able to push, as it relates to bilateral engagements and even multilateral engagements, to bring benefit as it relates to the social fabric of our society, whether it has to do with social, basic services, whether it has to do with health, whether agriculture, whether electricity, whatever. Sierra Leone.
Thank you.
Sierra Leone, we all know, following the elections in Sierra Leone, there was this narrative that the election was rigged. There was a narrative. I am not saying it was rigged. No, I recognize the declaration made by ECOWAS, the AU and others, that His Excellency President Marabio was legitimately elected. So I'm not saying it was, but there was that narrative. But in the midst of that, sometimes, usually, there will be measures. In fact, the United States went to some international partners went to the extent of sanctioning some members. But with all of that, what happened? Sarah Young benefited and was awarded the MCC compact, which have to do with, energy or electricity. So you can leverage. It depends on how what it does, Dr. Richardson. It will not bring you medical facilities, to say or this, that. But it gives the administration the leverage to be able to go all out there and solicit and engage, and each member of the Security Council has a month. I can't extend on each member of the UN Security Council has a month to be president, of the UN Security Council, whether permanent or non-permanent. So, as a member of the UN Security Council, when Liberia's time comes to be president of the UN Security Council, we are the leader of the world. Liberia will be able to proper its agenda, what it thinks is best as its priority to be able to put forth. And besides being that, members of the UN Security Council are where you have pen holders. So Liberia could be a pen holder. If you are a pen holder for, say for instance, Burkina Faso or Mali, maybe at the UN Security Council, they could say Liberia is the pen holder for Burkina Faso or for Niger. So issues relating to who you are pen holder for, they count on your, advice as to how it moves forward. And there are, like I said, at any point in time, there are 3 African members who are part of the UN Security Council, and they are referred to as the A3. The A3. So they do also have a black as A3, and from time to time they can come back to their base to be able to consult on issues and be able to put forth Africa's agenda as it relates to the Security Council.
Ambassador Kemaya, thank you very much. We have to push on. I think we spent a lot of time on this non-permanent seat. Of course, it's one of the reasons you are here. You have said that beyond everything and above all else, we've got above. You are so sure that we will get this seat. My question, and then Dr. Richardson would shoot her second question as we move away from the non-permanent seat. You said even as of yesterday, the former president, George Manuel Weah, he's still negotiating, speaking of foreign leaders. He said in this negotiation for this seat, why didn't he go to New York with Madame Saliv and current President Jose Yuma Bwaka in the opening of this seat? Why he withdrew? Why he said no? I don't want to be part of the group, and to be seen publicly endorsing, under the leadership now of Jose Yuma Bwaka and that of Sarah Besto.
Stanton, like I said, Liberia will win the bid, and I will be unpleasantly surprised if that doesn't happen. And if that, God forbid, as we can say in Liberia, if that doesn't happen, then maybe it will be owing to this administration's own record, the current administration. But I am of the strongest conviction that we will win it given the work that we are also doing. Now, having said that, Spencer, there is, when His Excellency President Weah travels, there are implications. President Weah, as a common citizen, cannot just get up today and just say I'm traveling tomorrow. No.
You just call him a common citizen?
No one. I mean, he was. He's a humble man, and he doesn't mind whether in that category, depending on the lenses. He doesn't mind. Whether he's referred to as common citizen. That does not take away the undisputed fact that he is the former president of the Republic of Liberia, and not only that, but he is a global iconic figure. So that doesn't take away that. So let's not dwell on that sentence. But having said that, the point I was making, he doesn't just get up, and say, "Oh, I'm traveling tomorrow." No. For instance, I can tell you that he has a trip at hand. But the trip he has at hand, not tomorrow, not next week, but that's a trip that has been planned since February this year. Since February. So when you are extending an invitation, timing is of essence. Timing is very much important.
When did you receive the invitation, Ambassador, for the president?
Sorry?
When did you receive the invitation for the president?
No, one thing I can do is to place my hand on the exact timing. But the communication I know was received within close proximity as it relates to range for that opening ceremony. It was received within close proximity as it relates to range for that opening ceremony. But I can tell you tonight.
So, Ambassador, the issue remains.
I don't have the communication. I don't have the communication before me.
No,
so I can tell you that it was. I can tell you that it was on the as it is.
Ambassador,
no.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Ambassador, let me inject.
So having said that, there is what you call, I'm sure you may have heard it, quiet diplomacy. Quiet diplomacy. For instance, before I go further with President Weah, I was never one day invited to anything that has to do with, this day. But does that mean because I was never one day invited, so it means that I should go against the Liberian people? It means that President Weah indicated to that foreign leader that called yesterday that he cannot shoot his own legacy, in the leg as it relates to this bit. No, should I shoot my own legacy in the leg? No. So whether we were invited or not, it's a non-issue. Whether I was invited or not, it's a non-issue. It does not take away anything. As you will press on me, I know you can press, and myself can stand the tackle. So I will listen to your pressing, but the point I'm making, President Weah, I can tell you, before he left office, and when he left office, at 12 midday, January 22nd, 2024, His Excellency President Weah has never ceased to continue his engagement within his own international network, promoting Liberia's bid for the non-permanent seat of the UN Security Council.
So, okay,
I have my own network.
So I agree.
My fellow foreign ministers, as it is, we've also continued to engage them, with respect to the seat. And I can tell you, President Weah, myself, we will not see such an engagement. We remain unreserved in our commitment to remain engaged, even up to Tuesday, June 3rd, until we get the result that we have won the non-permanent seat. So President Weah has been assiduously working through a backdoor diplomacy for Liberia to get this seat. And it is predicated upon that. It is predicated upon that I am telling you with a convincing mind that I am of the strongest conviction that Liberia will pull it out, that we will be elected as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Anything falling short of an overwhelming victory will be an unpleasant surprise for me, and that will not mean that I have made false assertion here or false prediction, but then it will be attributed to the record of this administration. But I know that we will surpass it all and win that seat come next Tuesday.
Mr. Ambassador, I respect every answer you gave, but I would beg you that we should hear each other, sir. We got so many questions, and I would beg you, as a guest on the show, that you listen to us as we listen to you. My question, and we will move away to, for us to have a better show within a shorter time frame. The reason given by some members of CDC, most often I believe he is the chief of staff to the president, the former president, George Manneh Weah, usually Nangwe. They listed so many things. The disrespect to former President George Manneh Weah, the marching onto the CDC headquarters, this government didn't allow the former president to use the executive lounge at the Rabat International Airport, and they listed a lot. Based on this reason and letter written, they said the former president couldn't honor the invite. They didn't say because he had prior engagement. You just said the former president couldn't honor the invite due to those reasons. But you are saying because the former president had prior engagement. So which is which?
Senator, first, my apologies if you have any semblance of thought that we're not allowing you to answer the questions. Probably it could be because of technology delays in your question coming and response or responses coming to you. But I never told you anything about prior engagement, and thankfully your network does recall. So I never told you anything about prior engagement. The core focus of my response was His Excellency President Weah can't just get up and overnight and say, I'm going this place tomorrow. And that was when I said, as a common citizen, you came back on the common citizen issue. So I didn't say anything about prior engagement. I said that in doing that, there has to be, timing. And then I even indicated that he has an upcoming travel. But that upcoming travel has been planned since February of this year. So then you asked me, when did we receive the communication? And I told you, I can't place my hand on it. Now, I don't know the exact time. But at the time of the receipt of the communication in question, it was in close proximity with respect to range on that campaign opening. Now, what is most central is all of us as Liberians, let's be realistic. Is it about what Eugene recounted as it relates to the different overreach, if I may term it that way, or it's about looking at the issues Eugene outlined and see whether in what he said as a major network, as Spoon and even your own self, who religiously continue to follow issues in Liberia, is there merit in what Eugene said? The chief of staff in the office of former President Weah. Is there merit in what he said? Was the former president in the air and denied access? Was the presidential VIP lunch availed to the former president? Say Eugene said that. Has there been a step back by the current administration and say, well, it is human to sometimes err, but we have since corrected, that error in the interest of what we heard on May 14th this year, National Unification Day. So it left with you to be able, for all of us to be realistic. It's not about President Weah, as it is. So for me, that should be the focus. What should supersede our focus right now as it relates to the seat is my revelation, my pronouncement of His Excellency President Weah being engaged in quiet diplomacy or backdoor diplomacy as recent as yesterday. And nothing to say. I was there as a senior advisor and chief special envoy. And he told our leader, I remain supportive of Liberia. And we look forward to your support because anything other than that will be shooting my own legacy in the land. Because this Security Council bid, it started from me to ECOWAS, I pleaded, AU, I pleaded, and we reached this far. So that should be the most to focus on. And not like Eugene giving, no, Eugene is not giving different answer. Eugene was only recounting the many, the many wrongdoings, to His Excellency President Weah, and not just to His Excellency President Weah, even to us, even to my own self, yeah. But does that mean that Liberia should stop? No, we don't want Liberia to stop. We don't want the Liberian people to stop. We want Liberia to move on.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Let me move on and bring in Dr. Richardson. Ambassador, I love to talk about the New York incident. I'm going to lay the question and Dr. Richardson will follow through. There's a lady that had some allegation against you. It's only fair to bring this question up. We'll play the clip while we move away, and thank you very much for standing tall for Liberia, by the way, on this non-permanent seat, you and the former president, as you continue to negotiate, like you said, for this seat, and you are assuring the Liberian people Liberia will receive this blessing overwhelmingly. So again, thanks for your hard work, and thanks to the former president, George Manneh Weah. Let me ask you about this New York situation. There's a lady by the name of Cummins. We have invited her on this show. She said a lie, allegation against you of sexual misconduct. You care to speak to the nation tonight? Anything concerning those allegations? Were you sued in New York? Have you been banned from coming to the United States based on those allegations?
So, Stanton, thank you very much for the question. Life is dynamic, so we adapt to situations. You earlier told me that it was one-on-one with you and myself, but to pleasant surprise, our dear Bowman's sister came on along with you with questioning, which are wholeheartedly welcome. You know, is welcoming. We appreciate her being an integral part of the process. There has been so much of falsehood, misinformation, disinformation, very well calculated, political motivated as it relates to this. So Stanton and Dr. Richardson, I served, as I said earlier, Deputy Minister for Administration. April the 4th of 2018, and it went up to August 22nd, when President Weah nominated me as ambassador to the UN. And we officially took up the work as it relates to formal appointment on September the 3rd. Departed on the 16th of September 2018, arrived in New York on the 17th of September. Presented our letters of credence on the 20th of September to the UN Secretary General. Following which we began to exercise our attendant duties and responsibilities. At the UN, 5 months as Deputy Minister for Administration. At the UN, in April of 2019, to be precise, within 8 months of my stay at the United Nations, His Excellency President Weah sent for me to come to Liberia, and he wanted to see me. I came to Liberia in April, and I do recall then I went to see him on a Saturday. He then revealed to me that he sent for me to inform me that he had done some consultations within the international circles following his own determination from within him, not from anywhere, to bring me to Liberia to take over the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as its minister, April in 2019. And I put my hand on my chest, which is a mark of profoundest honor. I put my hand on my chest, which is a mark of profoundest honor, to appreciate his offer, similar to what he did at the late Senator Prince Johnson's residence when he placed his hand on his chest to greet the vice president. Placing that is a mark of profoundest honor. So I did that to him when he made the offer to me. And I did that and said to him, Mr. President, thank you. But my own ethics and core values don't go down well with me to accept such an offer when my boss, whom at the time I had very good relationship with, and up to this point tonight, still have an excellent relationship with, I said, Minister Finley, and President Weah told me that no, quoting him, and with no disrespect to Minister Finley, the President said to me, Wesonga came to me, he said, his people want him to run to be senator. So he asked of my blessings. And so he will be going to run as senator. So this is why. And the president said to me, he laughed, Kemaya, you never cease to amaze me. I said, what, Mr. President? And he said to me that Liberia, I call you to tell you about appointing you, and you saying that you're concerned about your boss, that it is strange. Because some people even have their bosses and undermine. He said, you are a very good man. And I'm saying it, I know within my own core values and principles, conversations with leaders, I know, but I'm saying it because it's not a hidden thing. It has been said publicly, even by His Excellency President Weah. So it's not a classified information. And I'm saying it so that no one says that, oh, he and the president talk and they doing, and he's giving information. No, the president knows I'm a very disciplined character. So based on that, I went back. I told him I was going to discuss with my wife, who I left in New York. And he said, yeah, tell my sister, tell the woman, go there, that please, you come back. Fast forward, 1 year, 6 months later, he nominated me to that position. In less than 2 hours after the nomination, Stanton, I received, and I'll send to you, I didn't even know I was sleeping, but the Minister, Counselor for Press and Public Affairs at the time in New York posted it in our chat room and said, congratulations. Everyone else congratulated me in the chat room, except for 2 persons. But I'll mention one name. Except for the lady, Miss Wani Cummings Wilson, who never congratulated me. But within less than 2 hours, she sent me a communication, which I also sent to you, and said to me, wrote me, in fact, apparently being too hectic for the communication, there were no dates. While my wife and my two girls, my two children, girls, that were with me, while we were celebrating, then I went to the email, and Ms. Wani Cummings Wilson sent me this email. And in the email, the communication.
Ambassador, do you want me? Do you mind if I share those messages? Or,
yeah, we'll come to the messages, but let me just lay the basis. Yes, we'll come to the messages. So she said to me in the letter that letter which you have, that I asked her to kiss me. That's the allegation. Even though there have been multiple things, you know, as it is. And you have the letter there that she wrote with her signature, electronic, and you will see it there. She said, I asked her to kiss me. And that she refused repeatedly to kiss me according to her allegation. And that she saw me as a father figure, and based on that, she said she walked away. That's the allegation, which was strange, because it is diabolical, it is false, it is misleading, and then it took me by shock, because here is a lady that has been cordially in exchange of messages with me from the ones from the 13th of January, which you have, from January 13, 2020, all the way up to August 24. That is when she stopped. That was the last communication I received from her. She claimed that I asked her to kiss on January 8th, 2020, according to her, which is diabolical, which is false. So when we saw the communication, she said she was going to get in touch with her lawyers. Based on that, we contacted a lawyer in New York, my wife and myself. And my wife and myself went there. We explained. The lawyers got their way of doing their own background thing. The lawyers, the law firm said, well, come back and we'll be able to give you feedback, because we don't just take on cases. We do our own background check and all of that. And if there is merit, then we do. So we returned to the law firm as indicated. And the law firm told us they had done some background check. And they found out that it was false allegations, and it was a political takedown campaign. That's how it is, a political takedown campaign. That there was an attempt to stop me from being foreign minister, as it is. Extension. If you may say it that way, within President Weah's administration, I don't know if there's any other official who scored hat-trick. Deputy Foreign Minister, 5 months. Ambassador, within 8 months, he made an offer to bring me. And 1 year, 6 months. Later, he gave me the position. So 2 years. 2 years.
Sir,
After,
Mr.
he-
Ambassador, let's get back to the
no,
question.
Stanton, you have to, Stanton, it borders on my reputation.
Yes,
So,
I will give you a
so
chance.
you have to please give me chance because the public is out there. I could have told you that we're no comment, but there is nothing for me not to comment about because I am not only clean, I am very clean in this matter. It's political. So the reason I'm saying that, Stanton, I was fiercely fought. Fiercely fought. There were multiple forces to stop me from being foreign minister. In July of 2020, you have people that came to my house, to my gate, when I was in America to protest. That the year that President Weah wants to appoint me, they should stop because of years. So there are people who felt I should not be foreign minister. Some people felt that I was not within the core framework of CDC, that I was not at the core. So being a foreign minister is a big job. Some people felt I was not in CDC, so the president should not give me that. There were others who know my values and principles who felt that when they made his minister, we know what he did when he was deputy minister here for administration, transparency, and accountability. So he's coming back to the ministry. No, there were others who felt that they should be appointed as foreign minister. You know, as it is. I gave you an example. There was even a story that came up in front page African newspaper. And they have 4 names. That these 4 names were being vetted by President Weah as to who becomes the foreign minister, which was false. And I'm saying it because President Weah never even had 1.5 names in his mind. And he has repeatedly stated that he has 1 name in his mind to be foreign minister. But yet, they even had Eugene's name there. And Eugene, even told me, he was not happy that his name was in that because it was not true. Because Eugene said, well, how will I be vetted? No, listen to me. Stanton, we're coming to the story. Listen.
Yeah, but
listen, you can't please.
Yeah, but I want to ask you a question as you continue, sir, on this story. Were you sued in New York?
I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that.
We don't have enough time.
I'm coming to that. And so, Eugene Nangbe said, why would they do this? That people were vetted. He said, how will I be vetted? When the president informed me, Honorable Shaw and Honorable Trogonkwi in Japan, during the Africa Japan summit, that he is bringing you to be foreign minister. So I just thought to lay that basic. Stanton, now, Stanton, but Stanton, you know no time, then enough you ask questions that has a long road. So based on that, Stanton,
yes, sir.
Stanton, based on that, I knew that it was all part of a political process. Now, the letter in question found that I can tell you that I've avoided this, and I will never be demeaning to her because I see my mother in women. But I'm not paying heed because she is not well. Miss Cummings Wesley is not well. So they capitalize on that. since she has an illegal status in the U.S., they said that they could use this person, and the whole intent was to stop me from being foreign minister, that they could use it, and following that, it could help with respect to pursuit of asylum and wanting, and using that for status. So my lawyer responded, to her, they wrote her with respect to the case, and sent her. You will see in the text messages, and you put it up for the public to see. We sack her. I sent everything to you, but we sack her. The ones that are more relevant. You say, additionally to you, which is false and misleading, diabolical, on January 8, 2020. But you even mentioned that you stay away from work for about a month. You will see in the text messages her coming to work, saying she coming work late, and all of that. You will see all those in the text messages. You will see her in the text messages after January 8, 2020, calling me her father, the Father's Day, praying for you. You will see the cordiality, all through the messages. Stanton, you are gentlemen. Stanton, in that world we're in, if I'm interested in a lady for intimate relationship, and as she told a diabolical falsehood that I think she should kiss me, and the lady said, for one time, no, I'm not kissing you, and go out. I'm interested in that lady. As a man, you're a man. Men are out there. We will pursue. We will go after. You will see the messages, the exchange. But you will see in the messages how she fought hard to be in my face. How she fought hard to be in my face. This is why Councillor Pierre Brambu, and I also sent the message to you. That's what she said in her front page article, that I was the victim. It is false. I have never encountered any lawsuit in the United States of America. And Stanton, let me make one point. On November the 8th, last year, November the 12th, last year, after the situation at the feminine mission, when she appeared on your show, I never had a lead idea, but she released a recording of the very first day I spoke to her. How were you, Stanton, the first time you called me? Then I recall you. What's my intent? What motive do I have to recall you? September 2019, when she was recommended for that job under the impression that she had all immigration documents correct. And her number was given for me to call. Based on where the number came from, I placed a call. In my first call, she recorded 2019. What was her motive? And that recording she played on your show. So the point I'm making, Stanton,
Let me ask you a question.
Miss Cummings Wilson has been on mission. I have never ever been denied a visa or entry into the United States of America since the more than 20 years plus up to now. As a matter of fact, even as former foreign minister of the Republic of Liberia, the embassy, the United States embassy, in my capacity as former foreign minister, issued me a visa. So I've never had an issue with going to the States as a thing.
Ambassador, you said she's not well. What do you mean she's not well?
Oh no, she's sick. We got to realize later on when she came at the mission that she is sick. But I don't want to dwell on that. Like I said, I see my mother in every woman. In every woman. So I don't, ever. That's why I play the way I play. Ever want to demean her or go into that. Yeah.
We have to have this conversation because
and she does things center and sometimes she forget. You will even see in the messages where she talking about laptop that she didn't even know that her laptop went away, but later on it came. So she's not well, and we respect her for that. You will also see a photo. She fought hard to be in a photo that camera is into. In 2022 in New York, we know social workers are out there who will be sexually molested, who will be harassed, and even want to be in a photo or even come in a building that whoever you say molested you want to be, let alone to want to be in a photo. So it is false and misleading.
Yes. Have you worked with her under the same roof before?
Yes.
Okay. So you know you know this lady in question. You guys worked under the same roof before. For how long?
Yes.
For how long?
She started working when she was sent there. She started working in September 2019.
Were you her immediate boss?
I was. Let me tell you, in a diplomatic cycle or in a foreign service, Ms. Cummings Wilson was not a diplomatic staff, and even up to now, she's not a diplomatic staff. So she was not my assistant. I was not her boss. And that was my point, all of the time, that we stressed. I was not her boss, but she fought to be in my face. In my face. Wanted to report to me directly until I told her repeatedly that Mrs. Maggie Gibson Glay is her boss, is her supervisor, as it is. I was not her boss, but everything she wanted to be to me. Even in 2020, this lady approached my wife and myself, and she said, "Oh, mommy," that's how she used to call my wife, "Mommy, you have fingers. I want to come to your house. I want to come, some weekends to assist you and be able to learn because you have fingers. Having fingers meaning you can cook." So with all these different encounters and to my wife directly, and you come up with such falsehood. So even my wife, we all knew that was political takedown, campaign. So no, I was not her immediate boss. No, and you gotta exchange of text messages between the two of us. You got it there.
I agree.
Which will speak, for the situation. But I've held on to all of those over the years. But because you asked me the question, so I decided to, let it out to you, so you will see for yourself the messages after January 8th, September 10th. When President Weah appointed me, I became a monster to her. But from January all the way to August 24. Before the nomination, I was not a monster. You know, she was in my face. Happy Father's Day, Daddy. For long, I have not spoken to my parent in a very long time. I don't care how busy you are, your daughter wants to speak to you. You got all the messages sent on from her, you know, which we screenshot, you know, as it is. So, I mean, that's why I don't mind that you brought up the issue because I have done nothing absolutely to make Cummings working. Her allegations are false, misleading, diabolical, and I have not encountered any court action, you know, on my part as it relates to her.
Thank you very much, Ambassador D. Maxwell Sakamaya. Thank you very much on this issue. We'll wrap on the last conversation. We got about 8 minutes to go. The guys that have to come on to do the post analysis, we spoke about the non-permanent seat. I believe you're very clear. And we spoke about these allegations here in the United States, which is very, very important that you had the time to speak about. Let's move on now to the foreign ministry. The allegation. Yes, sir.
But Stanton, before you move on to the foreign ministry, let me also let you know that Ms. Cummings Wilson, she filed an official complaint to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection took seriousness in her complaint. And this ministry, from my understanding, along with a representative from the Association of Female Lawyers of Liberia, embarked on investigating this matter. From that time of her complaint up to today's sentence, as I speak to you, Ms. Cummings Wilson refused to avail herself to the Ministry of Gender for the purpose of investigating this matter. The Ministry of Gender that was collaborating, from my understanding, with the Association of Female Lawyers of Liberia. The moment I was confirmed, then it ended. She did not. Now you have a complaint. Why you wouldn't? And you filed a complaint. But they got to you for the investigation from 2020 up to today. You never avail yourself. Excuse me, Stanton. You are free. You can get in touch with the former Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Wilhelmina Pisota. You can get in touch with Honorable Alex Howard, who was spearheading this particular investigation at that time. You can get in touch with them. She was Deputy Minister at that time for Gender. The Senate also, before my confirmation, they anything to have reached out to her for investigation to get, but nothing. So what was happening was, it was just public sentiment. You put it up, but then you know that it's not true. It's only to malign somebody's character for the purpose of political take-down campaign. And I can tell you, Stanton, that so much injury has been done to my reputation, to my family's image, and all of that. And there's only one reason why we've been holding back in terms of moving on, and we decided to move on, not to pursue, you know, as it is because of the one who recommended her, you know, to us, out of respect for that person. This is why we've not bothered, you know, to pursue, and we've left it. We say, well, God is there. Vengeance is for the Lord, you know, as it is. But it is diabolical. My name has gone all over. And there is even falsehood that which is also diabolical that we're trying to get her out of the permanent mission. No, it is false. It is misleading. Even there was a video recording that went viral. I have no idea. You can also call Honorable Temo E. Duncan Sawyer, who was deputy for administration. I have no idea. We have played and played on what the United States government reached out to us about people who stay in the U.S., 5 years. We need to record them that have violated their policy and others. That's how Mrs. Sawyer reached out to make sure to regularize. Because in September 2019, she said she will present her immigration papers, her documents that warrant that she's legitimately in America. Because at the United Nations in New York Center, only 3 categories of people can work at any permanent mission. One, if you are a permanent resident of the United States, you can work. If you are a U.S. citizen, even you're Liberian and U.S. citizen, you can work there because it's a multilateral mission. And if you are not, they cannot allow you. So the United Nations and the United States mission, U.S. government, they have refused to protest Miss Cummings Wilson because she is illegitimate. They do not recognize DED and TPS. The UN does not recognize that. So when attempts were made to reconcile, there's no way. This is why up to today, even for the opening of the UN Council Security Bid and the process, she could not go with Trump with her pass because she does not have pass. She can only enter as a guest, at the UN. Now, we left the stage, and it is important for you to know that even the Barker administration has for several months tried to register Ms. Cummings Wilson at the United Nations, but it was also rejected by the US because she is not legitimate. There are no documents there. So she is just there in the same way. I made that point to also disabuse the minds of people and do away with the wrong exception as though she was targeted by the people at the permanent mission or by Mr. Sawyer or by myself. No, we've had several senior management team meetings at which time we said they should leave her. We're not after her.
Let me ask you a question. We got to move up. Thank you very much, Ambassador D-Max. What's going on with the president dismissing Ambassador Fambolet, who today was confirmed to represent the country, Liberia, in Egypt? While under your leadership at the foreign ministry, where Ambassador Fambolet removed from his position?
First and foremost, Stanton, your question is being misdirected. Just as President Bouakai announced, who it is within the purview of his will and pleasure to appoint anyone within the executive, so was it then with President Weah, with President Salim, and any other president that preceded them. So, appointing and dismissing, as well as suspension, are all within the purview of the authority or the mandate of any sitting president. So there is no way that anyone in adherence to the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, or who is an ardent believer in the rule of law, will question the will and pleasure of any sitting president as it relates to appointment or dismissal. So the president appointed former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Henry B. Fambula, and how do I question that? How does any believer, ardent believer in the Constitution, question that? It is his will and pleasure at the time as president. And so, how will I know why such was done? The last time you were questioning why the president relieved a particular individual of their post, and you went to the post and you saw on the mansion website for administrative reasons. I think it had to do with maybe the former CEO of Noka or somebody, so for administrative reasons. So it's in the purview of any sitting president's mandate, constitutional mandate, to appoint and dismiss anyone within the executive branch.
Yeah, but the question remains, is it because was he dismissed or removed because of this incident when she went to the mission and she was stopped and he intervened, by the way, the police came to the mission. I think you followed that story. I'm uploading it. Do you think, as we're told to some media outlets, that because of this reason, the ambassador was removed from his post?
What I can say to you that, and I hope you upload all the messages, the exchange between Ms. Cummings Wilson and myself, so the public can be able to see. If I see you asking questions on this, I'm uploading it, as it is. So I hope you upload the different things, we're going
to shut down the message you have said we should, we will.
That I sent you. What I do know is after the incident, we asked Mr. Sawyer, who was then the Deputy Minister for Administration, and according to what was explained, that for several months they had written Ms. Cummings Wilson owing to the need to regularize the employment situation. There's a gentleman who was working in Addis, and there is also a lady who was working at the embassy in Washington, D.C., and I've just forgot the name. I think she's either Miss Chris Miller or something. Now, that lady was there, I think, for 11 years or less, but undocumented. So the embassy they had to let her go. And the U.S. regulations, Canton State, for every undocumented person that you hire, the fine to any such government is $10,000, United States dollars. For each year the person worked. So based on what happened at the embassy in Washington, I think you heard at that time, some people were working their contractors and it came to the point of paying them off to be able to regularize, and so this lady in question, she had paid, but then that payment, they were challenged in doing it because she was undocumented, as it is. And so for every year, I think it was 11 years. So for each of the 11 years, it meant that the Liberian government needed to pay a fine of $110,000 US. So based on that, the administration department started to make a round and send documents out. And so Mrs. Sawyer they sent a communication to her asking her to submit her immigration documents. And they gave her a time. She promised she was going to do it. They went back and forth. And so it went on for months. Then they gave her a time frame. You know, they talk and we said, no, you give her time. And they gave her additional time. You know, and when that could not happen, this is how, because she also took the government to labor. And when she went to labor, they told her she had no case from what was reported to us by the permanent mission. That she had no case, you know, as it is, you know, because they asked, do you have employment letter? No. Because the mission has been waiting for her documents.
Ambassador,
And every
Ambassador,
time she was saying, I will
Ambassador,
present.
question.
I will present. So when she could not present, that's how then they told her that when she could not go to the permanent mission until she presents her documents. Only because they wanted to protect the government of Liberia. And then it happened that she went that time. When she went that time,
Ambassador,
yeah.
let's get back to the question.
But that's what I'm coming to.
No, but
When she went,
Ambassador, was it because
when
of
she-
this clip? Let me play the clip.
No.
Yes. My name is Winnie Cummins. That have been disturbing our meeting. This is Maggie Gibson Clay. She called the police on me.
I think you remember this clip. Is it because of this clip Ambassador Formula was fired because he intervened? Was it because of this interaction?
No, like I said, it is within the purview of the president. But for anyone who knows President, we have to suggest that it is because of that. It is because of that that President Weah released former Deputy Foreign Minister Kimaya, where that person, it will be a disservice to President Weah. I want to believe the president, knowing him the way he acts, he does not only act on first situation. So probably I want to believe there were series of situations. There were series of situations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the president talk to you about this clip? What was your recommendation to the president? Did he talk to you prior to dismissing Ambassador Formula?
No, but it is within the president's purview.
I understand.
You know, yeah. The president, the president doesn't seek permission from me. You know, and all of that. The president doesn't do that.
He was seeking permission from you. My question was, you were the minister at the time. What did you tell the president at the time concerning this clip?
Well, when you look, Stanton, when you play the clip and you go through the clip, you will realize also two things in that clip. You will realize two things in that clip that speak to, you know, the habit of Miss Cummins Wilson. One, you will hear the interaction between Miss Cummins Wilson and the police. Miss Cummins Wilson accused one of the Miss Cummins Wilson accused one of the police officers.
But what did you tell President George Brown?
No, but Stanton, you asking me now? That's what I'm responding to you in this way. You follow the clip. You will hear Miss Cummins Wilson accusing even the two police officers of even touching her or like an assault. But when you watch the clip, you will never see that. And you listen to the female police officer saying that that was not true. She didn't touch her. So what point am I making? It was all Stanton.
Was it because of this video? Was it because of the video, President George Manneh Weah dismissed Ambassador Famulé?
But Stanton, you maybe you don't want to hold a show and you don't want to make progress. But I told you from the onset that you are misdirecting your question.
What was your involvement?
President Weah, using the exact word, released former Deputy Foreign Minister Famulé of his post. And you asking me for the reason?
No,
the reason that was given is on the executive mansion website at the time.
Let's move on and talk about
and if anybody thinks that President Weah, assuming what you're saying, that President Weah will tell somebody you are dismissed based on an incident, then it's a disservice to President Weah. Because he's a very patient-minded leader and he absorbs, and when his cup is filled, there could be an incident that could be the straw that break the camel's back.
Thank you, Ambassador Kamaya, Ambassador D-Max Kamaya. Thank you very much. I just want to squeeze in real quick, the passport issue under your leadership at the Foreign Ministry. I want us to tap into Madam Sawyer, Madam Gray, and the rest of the guys that work with you under your leadership. Were you surprised that under this administration, under Jose Yamabwaka, that Madam Sawyer, Madam Gray, and the rest of the folks were retained, though we have some political issue concerning the sale of passport?
Surprise for what? Surprise for what?
The allegation that under your leadership at the time, and listen, I can put up those passport issue that came up. You were at the Foreign Ministry and the passport issue concerning the sale of diplomatic passport. The argument that Madam Gray, she was involved, she worked directly under you at the time, and the other folks I have mentioned. Can you speak to those things? Were they true under your leadership at the Foreign Ministry? Were there any incident of selling diplomatic passport?
So first and foremost, surprise that the current Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs is at the ministry. Why should I be surprised when it is within the purview of President Boakai to make his appointment, as it is? I will never sit on a show and allow myself to go below the belt. Somebody just sent me a text that Liberia's ambassador to Egypt is on a show and being insulting to me. I will not go below the belt. I don't mind. The records are there. We send you our key achievements when we serve at the United Nations in New York. I, Ambassador D. Maxwell Sakemaya Sr., led a campaign, a resolution, and I presented that resolution on October 15. 2019 and lobbied. And that resolution is today in the book of records of the United Nations. Because the United Nations, through that resolution that are presented, unanimously adopted September 28th to be celebrated each year as International Day for Universal Access to Information. So, as clueless as it's been said I am, but that record is there. You can't talk about that without mentioning the name Kemaya as it is. And we'll also send you the video when I was presenting. As a matter of fact, it is the picture that you used the other day with me in red tie on the podium when you were advertising. So every year, all around the world, all the countries in the world celebrate that day, which is a very key achievement. So we will not go below the belt to go into dignifying or insulting. You know, we don't play that game. I mean, if you are a diplomat going as an ambassador, you know, of Liberia to Egypt, and you're using platforms to be insulting, I will never insult Minister Finlay or any of my predecessors or even my current successor, because it's undiplomatic, you know, to be able to, you know, to do that. It's unethical, you know. That's not being disciplined. We can differ, you know, on issues, but we cannot. I am clueless, as he mentioned, but I also send you, and you should please put it up, from 2016 up to 2014. There is no one that generated revenue and contributed to the budget at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs more than the time I did, you know, as it is. Overseeing every other by not less than $1 million US in terms of what I contributed during my time. You got it, you got the record, the income for each year to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the contribution of the ministry to the national budget. I also send that to you from 2016, you know, up to current. 2022, for instance, what the government of Liberia asked us to contribute, I exceeded it by $609,000 United States dollars, you know, as it is, from the measures that we put in place with respect to transparency and accountability. Passports. I can tell you for a fact, when we took over at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, within the less than 3 months, we reduced the cost of passports, all categories of passports. We reduced that cost by 20% across for Liberians in and out of the world. We reduced that. We also, like I just said, in terms of the revenue, you know, we increased the revenue. 2024, for instance, if you look at what I gave you, which you will put up, it went back 2024 to 2.something million, as compared to what I had in 2024. For instance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs contributed $2,703,101.89, so like 2.7 million. But in 2023, on our man watch, we contributed $4,643,424.14, 4.6 million. So you can see that just in 2024, it has reduced by 50% in terms of the revenue that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs contributed to the to the national budget as clueless as I am. In 2022, 4,600,000. Okay, good. It's good that you put it up. The breakdown. You can see in 2016, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Central, you can begin from 2016, please. Please go up.
It's there. It's up.
No, we go fast. Definitely go to the beginning.
Yeah, be patient.
To
It's
the
coming
beginning.
up. Be patient. It's coming up. It's coming up.
Okay. Thank you. So we clueless, but this is what we do. You know, in Liberia, when you stand for transparency and accountability, then you in Wahala. You know, as it is. We are clueless. But when we realize that Liberia's honorary councils, that aspect was being abused, we cancel all of what we gave out, you know, as it is. You see, in 2016, 2.4 million. That foreign affairs breakdown contribution. 2017, 3 million. 2018, 3.4 million. 2019, 3.1 million. Please go up, Stanton. 2020, 2.4 million. Stanton, please go to number 6. Please go up.
It's up. It's
please
up.
Go to number 6.
It's up. We just got a delay with the internet. It's coming up. It's up.
Okay. So the honorary councils, we cancel all of them, all of the attendance, we cancel because we realized that there was something that happening and that they were not benefiting Liberia as a country, as it is. And we revised the honorary council regulations, where we will hold honorary councils more accountable. So yeah, so you see number 5, 2.4 million going back to the revenue. 2021, Kemaya, 4,479,356.50. 2022, Kemaya, 4,609,574.90. 2023, Kemaya, 4,643,424.14. So you see, during my time, you realize it continued to be at an upward trend because I put my feet down to ensure that there's transparency and accountability. 2024, it dropped from 4.6 million, it dropped to 2.7 million. So it dropped, if you take the whole figure, it dropped by more than 50%.
Why?
Last year.
Why? Why?
Our minister last year. So are you asking me? But Senator, you can't be asking me questions like you tell the president question and formula. How can I answer our minister? But the thing I'm pointing out is the achievement during my time. And you see upward. Now, let me tell you, when I took over as minister, Senator, all of the embassies, they were collecting and not remitting to the consolidated account. What is
Okay, the minister is having some technical issue. We're going to make this the last round for the guys to come and do the post analysis. To all of you out there, we understand it's been a long way, but it's good to listen to the minister and back and forth. Wani Cummings,
she watching the show likewise, and at a given time, she will respond to the minister comment. Probably not today. We want to be happy that we have Minister Ambassador D. Max Westside Kamaya today. We have some technical issue. Yekezi, can you come on while Dama makes some adjustment? We just get one more to go while this current government refused the appointment for this minister to serve alone. Yekezi, can you come on? The rest of the guys are Karis Musiguri, Paul Kennedy, Asido, Fubi Herons. The rest of the guys will be joining us that we can do a quick post analysis. It's only important that because of you, we are here, and we hope that two important issues. The minister said overwhelmingly, listen, Liberia will get this seat. But they have done all of the work. CDC have done all of the work. And just right there, Liberia is just walking into it. But he sent a shout out to this government and honor the leadership of Sarah Best Loyanti at the Foreign Ministry. And also we talked about Madam Cummings, Madam Wilson Cummings, the allegation. We'll be hearing from you. Yekezi Zobe, you want to come on and join me? Let's hear from our folks real quick. What Dama trying to reconnect with the ambassador, D. Maxwell Kamaya. Yekezi?
Yes, CEO.
Okay, thank you very much. I know it's a long one-on-one interview. It's a long one-on-one, but we managed to go through, and we want to just hear from our folks home and abroad. The minister probably will be reconnected. He has some internet issue, but we're going to bring the guys on for us to do a quick post analysis and hear from the Liberian people. You can see why the guys are coming on. Let's open the phone line. When the minister comes back, we'll give him a chance to do his closing. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, CEO, how are you?
Talk to me real quick, my friend. Your name, where you joining us from?
Okay, I'm Kringa Royal David. I'm calling from Maserado, District number 11.
Kringa, talk to me real quick.
I don't know what the former foreign minister was saying.
Kringa, let me hold you there. I saw the minister back. It's only fair to give him the chance to close. I beg you, we'll open the line. Let me hold you there. Let me bring in. Yekezi, stick with me. Don't go in the back. Just Steve, you producing. We're almost to the wire. Ambassador, we're almost to the wire, but I believe I left you answering this question. Can you continue, sir?
Yeah. So like I said, so people were collecting the consular service fees and consulate service fees and not remitting. So we put our feet down. We sent out a circular, and when we sent out a circular, and we found out there were no response, you know what we did, Stanton? And I had the support of His Excellency President Weah, you know, who supports transparency and accountability. So what, with his support, we inform all of our ambassadors and the finance officers at these different embassies that every embassy that does not remit the funds to the consolidated account in line with the public financial management law, we will not send your salary and we will not send your rent. And from the beginning, they thought I was joking, but I pushed them to, and the money started to come. I'm not telling you, they say, for instance, Japan, from May in 2018, Japan, we never got money coming in until August in 2022, when I met with the ambassador in Tunisia and told him, and they remitted. In that same year, November 15 in Germany, before Germany started to remit. In that same year, August the 6th in Ghana, before Ghana started to remit. So I'm not telling you things. So because we were uncompromising with respect to making sure it's the Liberian people money, the Liberian people's money. So this thing came. The other thing I want to let you know, when we went at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, apostille is what you use, like you apply for scholarship and the school in the States or anywhere say they want the document validated. So you go and get the apostille from foreign ministry, which they will place, as validating it. No one was paying for apostille for the government of Liberia's corpus. Article of incorporation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you do filing there. No one was paying to the government corpus. In 2021, November, when I realized that, I gave money to 3 persons, 150 each. One person to go for apostille, another person to go for article of incorporation. On a Friday, two gentlemen and a guy, they came back to me. One person said they pay $150 for their article of incorporation. The blue cover, the article of incorporation you put. The other person said they pay $90, and another person said they pay $150 for apostille. That same Friday, I convened a meeting, and following the meeting, I talked to my boss. He gave the go ahead. I explained. I suspended all the services. When I suspended the services, I engaged the late Thomas Dona, may his soul rest in peace, and Minister Toer, that I found a way to bring additional revenue. So we will need to agree on how much can be the amount for the apostille, for filing the article of incorporation, and for laissez-passer. So we agree on all of those, and then we agreed on the regulations we developed. Thomas Dona, Samuel Toer, and myself, we signed on the regulations. We put it in Gazette, and then we launched that at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Those stories in Front Page Africa and other media outlets. And there at that time, we resumed those services. And people then started to pay. And we said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is now a revenue collection agency. Go pay to the bank, and you bring the flag receipt, then we will give you the services. So we did that at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And lastly, before you come in, also, you hear people talk of foreign service, people give false stories, we just send people there, which is false and misleading. Ambassador Malcolm McCarthy, we launched a compulsory intensive training program for all appointees to go to the foreign service. It is Ambassador Malcolm McCarthy, the former U.S. ambassador, who launched that training program in the Cesar Dennis auditorium at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And whether you were ambassador, whether you were any other officer, once appointed, you have to go through the compulsory training before we send you out to the field. But people lie, and people can lie, and it is unfortunate.
Ambassador, we got to go, and I'm just going to end here. We hope we can do this in 5 seconds or 10 seconds if you can. Two things happen when you're talking about the embassy in Germany, in Ghana. We had an issue in Europe. The embassy was closed. The issue here in Washington, D.C., the embassy was closed. There was time that the grass overgrown in the yard. There was no rent payment, no electricity at some point. Under your leadership, we reached out to now the ambassador going to South Africa, George Patton. At the time, his hands were full. There was nothing. We have situation in Minnesota at the consular office likewise. So yes, indeed, we have some issues. I don't know. We don't have the time to go through them. Honor ambassador from Belgium, Ase Yamblo, we had some issue that the place was closed, and even they had to move because of non-payment of rent. It was under your leadership. and they had to close the place down. They went into the basement of Ambassador Ase Yamplo. I mean, we have all the records and we have all the documents, and you know that story. So everything wasn't rosy, though, saying that you was bringing the money.
No, but Stanton, quickly on that. You know, Stanton, we sometimes there are many experts. Stanton, are you hearing me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Stanton, let me tell you something. People who came up with these exceptions do not know the workings of the foreign ministry. Even right now, if you explain these things, we'll now hold the current minister responsible. The way it works, Stanton, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs makes requests. The Ministry of no Minister of Foreign Affairs handles cash directly. No ministry or Minister of Foreign Affairs, Liberia, manages its own funds, Stanton. So the way it works, Stanton, you make requests to the Ministry of Finance. Stanton, even if you want one pencil, or you want a bottle of Coke, you have to make the requisition to the Ministry of Finance. If the Ministry of Finance does not give it, you cannot do anything. The rent in Belgium, the situation you talk of, we made requests, we wrote the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, and it was beyond the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But because people wanted to politicize, they made it look like it was Kemaya.
So you say, are you throwing Samuel Twe under the bus now?
No, it's not about Samuel Twe. It's not about me. It's about explaining the proper process to you and to the listening audience of viewers, so they will know it got nothing to do with Twe or to do with me. Even right now as I speak.
You are celebrating.
Foreign Minister Sarah Bezlo-Yanti does not control. Minister Bezlo-Yanti does not control salary. The foreign minister will make the request to the Ministry of Foreign, to the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning.
Mr. Minister, I put this up here. Number 6. On 2021, 4.4 million.
Yes.
7. On 2022, 4.6 million. Number 8. On 2023, 4.6. No, hold on now, Mr. Minister. Yes, the issue.
I'm listening.
You got all the money. The government received the money. If I say you, the government received the money. But now you cannot give back to those embassies. And most often the embassy in Washington, D.C. was a trash, right? They even took insurances all of those cars, right? Everything was bad in Washington, D.C. We couldn't even go there to celebrate on July 26th. Under your leadership as minister, right? It was frustrating, okay? We went to Belgium. Under Ase Yamplo, under your leadership, they were begging to pay rent. They had to go in the basement of Ase Yamplo. So my thing here is that you are saying, no. Who should the Liberian people who are responsible for these things? It would be you, because you are the head, you are the dean of cabinet. We're not going to go after Samuel Twe. We're not going to judge Manawea into this. We'll look at you and say, you didn't do good in that regard. Can you take the responsibility?
So, Stanton, I will not go down the political path that you want to take me to. It's not about Minister Twe or anyone. Now, the way the process is, every cent in line with the public financial management law, every cent generated that belongs to government, it goes to the consolidated account. When it goes to the consolidated account, in line with the budget, each ministry and agency makes requests in line with its allotment. And when each ministry and agency, with the foreign ministry being of no exception, makes the request, it is within the purview of the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning to source the money and be able to do the payment. For instance, salaries are going to the foreign service. Those salaries, they don't come to say we're sending it to Ministry of Foreign Affairs account, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you send it. No, from the Ministry of Finance, it goes straight to Central Bank. And from Central Bank, it goes to the foreign service, the respective embassies and all of that. But let me let you know that under my watch as minister, and people at the embassy in Washington can tell you that you can get in touch. We were able to pay, to spend money for insurance, for the staff, the diplomatic team, for the staff there at the embassy. We were also able to give insurance for the permanent mission. It is the very first time in the history that permanent mission was able to access insurance for its staff, at the permanent mission and the consulate. We also made available funding for cost of living adjustment for COLA.
We agree, Mr. Minister.
But these things went up. The point I'm making to you, we made requests. We made the request in keeping with the law to the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. And we remain engaged. We remain robustly engaged with the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. In Minister Twain, in fact, there was a chat room established for Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Foreign.
So we were in here, Minister Kamaya were in here, then why those embassies went underwater? Why those embassies had to go through pain and suffering? You make the request, and the minister didn't honor the request. We still have a problem in Belgium. We still have a problem in Washington, D.C. And again, you said you did what you have done, and you can do it again by bringing in money. But you brought in the money, and the money never went back out there to help those ambassadors and the ambassadors and staff. Phoebe Henry, can you come on? Ambassador is having technical issue again, but we will stop this file by faith, believing that the ambassador will have time to do his closing. If not, it's been a great show. Phoebe Henry going to come on. The rest of the guys going to join us, and we're going to do the closing of this program. I want to say to all of you again, thank you for joining us. It's been a wonderful ride. Yekezi, can you come on? We will go to the phone line. You have heard, you have listened to the ambassador. A lot of issues are discussed today. A long-awaited program, by the way. We are all just waiting. When will this ambassador come on? And we dive into all this issue and run all of our time zone. But we are happy to be here. Yekezi, are you still with us? Can you come on? Let's open the phone line. Let's take some calls. Those that have listened to the ambassador. Yagazi, are you there? Yagazi.
Yes, you.
Can you come up, please? Let's take some calls.
All right.
And then, and yes, because then we'll try to close the show, but we'll listen to the guys. Come on, Yagazi, let's take some calls, please. It's only important that those of you that listen to us, we'll open the phone line. Before we do that, while you do that, let me bring in Fubi. Fubi, can you make adjustment of your camera? I know you listened to the ambassador, the former minister, D-Max Kamaya. I really wanted to give him the chance to close, but man, it was a serious back and forth question and answer. But he got a lot to say though. I know he cannot say it all tonight. Fubi, you've been listening. What's your take?
Yeah, I think the former minister, like I said, was waiting for this moment. So he decided to just pull everything out.
Yeah. and they said we want part 3, man. Yeah, but he pulled everything out. When you get a lot on your chest, right? Especially to be serious here, in this non-permanent seat,
And listen to his explanation, how far the past government came. You know, that the deal was done. The handshake, the only thing now, Sarah Bessler had to go take a pen and just sign on that paper. And the president got to just receive the certificate. That's exactly what Ambassador Kamaya said. We went, and I got some of the letter from Turkey. I will pull it up. Let's just take it step by step. Look at this letter, right? This letter came from, there you go. D-Max Kamaya, this was May 5th, 2022, when they grabbed and brought in a place from Turkey. It gives me the great pleasure to express our support to the candidacy of the Republic of Liberia for non-permanent membership to the United Nations Security Council for the 2026-2027 term. I avail myself of this opportunity to convey my best wishes for your personal health and happiness, as well as the well-being and prosperity of the friendly people of Liberia. So he is saying, I get a 4 different letter I will be sharing, right? They said they did the work. People have put down commitments. All what the Joseph Boakai government will be doing is to take the pen and just put down the John Hancock. What say you, Ruby?
Yeah, that's one thing he tried to make the case on the saying we are project. But what is good as government to work and also to share the credit. Like I always say, government is continuity. So whatever the case is, one government will start, where that government leaves it, another government picks up from there. And that should be the order of the day. You know, every government succeeds different, should also share the credit, both good and bad. You know, so sometimes it's not only to take credit for the good, and when the bad comes, you ignore it. You know, so we commend the WIA administration for the efforts and energy that they put through for this. And now the baton have been transferred to JMB and team. So we also commend them for taking it with seriousness also, and not just said because the deal was done in the past, so that just fall our hands. So we also saw the foreign ministry making moves. You know, they from going to different states, different countries to reaffirm their commitment to the whole deal.
So that's what you just said. There was a commitment, but Sarah and her team went there just to seal it, right? To reaffirm that we got your commitment, right? But please don't change your heart. Please don't change your mind that we're saying Liberia. Please stick to what you promised the past government. Now we have taken over. Please give us it. And I think, to be fair, George Monowia government did it, and Cyril Besto, you know, iron it up. I mean, I don't know who would say anything otherwise, but we can overwhelmingly say that we got this thing comes Tuesday, and this is done, and this will be Liberia proud. It's not one individual.
Yeah.
Honorable Great, welcome to the post analysis. Sorry that we couldn't get into it all because Ambassador had a lot of stuff on his chest to put out. I mean, talk to me, Honorable Great.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the ambassador spoke extemporaneously on 3 or 4 cardinal issues. And I follow the show intermittently because I have other things to do. But I like the issue of the clarity that he provided on Liberia going to election on Tuesday. To be a member of to become a non-permanent member of the Security Council. And he also spoke on the issue of the allegation of sexual abuse. You know, I like the way he was blunt enough to exchange text messages, so that because it brought us on character to a greater extent. And when he spoke about the issue of the modality they put in place for revenue generation, so that the government can be able to generate revenue through the various embassies, that it can become centralized instead of decentralized, to understand where there's no accountability. But he said something very important, and I hope our colleagues from the other end will pick that up. He said, look, while it is true that we did the work to a greater extent, but would not play low or demean the effort by the current administration, meaning that, yeah, we did the work, but finally they came to consolidate the gains. The gains were there, but what you do is that you consolidate the gains. So he said we have to give them credit. That's how the diplomats were speaking. I understand their own language. Okay, but when the politicians being appointed to foreign ministry, the current composition of politicians that are appointed to foreign ministry, like Louis Brown, like Samuel, like the other guys who are there, they are more political than being diplomatic. So when they begin to fire politically, then they get what we call political reciprocity on our end. Because we ourselves now will come and say, look, you're saying this, but you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you didn't do this. So the best way to go out, like Ambassador Kimia rightfully placed it, is that, look, we did the work, you came, you consolidated on what we did. You built on what we did, and we must respect you for that. But another concern I have is that the money given to these group of people, the millions of dollars given to them, it needs to be audited. Okay, there is a need for accountability, because I don't see why they were giving a huge amount of money to go and say the lobbying on behalf of Liberia when countries have already made commitments to the Republic of Liberia. It was good to reach out, but the thing is that it's not about money eating business. So I think that the current composition of ministers, in my belief, ranging from some of the ambassadors, they are more political than diplomatic. And it doesn't send a good signal for the Flower March and the cordiality of our diplomatic sector. But D-March did extremely well. I saw that our Lafayette Yifa Stanton, it seems to be that your guest took over the show. It reminds me when I was very calorific. You know, when I go to talk shows, I try to take over it. And sometimes the guests, the person who interviewing you, sometimes they don't know, they just look at you now and they just laugh with it. But I also thought that maybe that the communication, the to and fro communication, because when I'm looking at the voice messages, they were coming faster than the voice itself.
You know what happened? What happened? It looked like D-Mac having feedback. His office space have echo, so he sounded like he was screaming and he was yelling. Number one. Number two, Glenny, welcome to the show, Mama. Number two, yes, indeed, he took over the show.
He sounded like, you say he sounded like, I got migraine. Honestly, please don't polish it. I had to take Tylenol. Like, are you kidding me? He sounded like.
No, but it's like he takes some Tylenol. You know, when
he was screaming. He was screaming.
When you talk to diplomat, you don't tell people how to talk. Because
no, he was screaming, Papa.
No,
he was screaming.
Even if the person was screaming,
but what happened here? What happened here?
You say don't cry.
Great. What happened here?
If you're not getting the feedback, you have to think that the person. I think there's a little issue about the feedback. Look, listen to the.
No, we had a little delay, and we worked on it for so many time. But yes, there was a little delay. But it's not my thing, right? Let's get into what we heard from him. All right. It was a foreign show. I decided to be calm because it's been a long time, and he really wanted to say something. One, the non-permanent seat, right? What did it do under the President George Manawiya government? Surprisingly, the letters I'm looking at, they did that much. They went above and beyond. He come I would say my own, let's take it step by step, the non-permanent seat. My only problem here, Glenny, why didn't President George Manawiya join the group to seal the deal? Glenny, you did all this thing. He said we have over 129 members. We have secured the ECOWAS state and the AU. President, yesterday, he said, I can't confirm or deny it, but he said even yesterday, President, we are talking to foreign leaders, saying that, please, we need that vote. If it is true, why did the president say no to that invite to go to New York on that day? Were you going to have the President George Manawiya, the President Madam Salih, and the current President Joseph Boakai dancing and holding hands? Glenny, for the permanent seat, that was my takeaway. But this, like, all Liberians are happy tonight. The past government, the current government, everybody's saying we must have this seat and we have sealed the deal. Let me talk to me.
Addressed this before. I think it was a huge mistake for former President George Weah not to be a part of this deal. I think it's very sad for someone who was president of a country, and this is going to give elevators in a little way, and he didn't show up and he's not a part. I don't know what his reasonings are, but I think Patriota Sim should have been able to cut the corners for everything else for him to be a part of this deal. And it's not about President Boyka. It's not about how he was treated, how he wasn't treated. This was about Liberia, where Patriota Sim should have been up front and center. And I still don't understand why President Weah, former President Weah, decided to just not be. And then what Kimia is saying, well, people can believe it. I don't believe that. It's left to be seen. If President Weah have been making deals, President Weah is a showman. Why we didn't see some of those deals he made? Why we didn't see if he called people? Why we didn't see him interacting with people and asking? So I'm acting on behalf of the country. Why are we hearing it now on almost the eve of us being nominated, of us being given this? I don't want to believe that President Weah is talking to anyone. That's just my personal opinion.
Guys, I think I want to put up what we're talking about this. We'll move to the Madam Cummings allegation, and that was a big one. I have all the text messages. Hold on, guys. Honorable Great, sorry, Fubi, let's say why you close on the non-permanent seat.
Yeah, so for me, I would not say I would doubt his statement, because this is something that has been in the corridor, and it didn't just start. We didn't just start talking about it 2024. And President Weah made a comment through one or two of his State of the Nation address, and it was mentioned that about Liberia's bid for the non-permanent seat and negotiations that were ongoing. So, and government is continuity. So whatever one government does and leaves at a certain point, another government picks up from there and continue. And that's something that I know is not a big debate. So just commend both government for playing that role and ensuring that there is something that they didn't abandon. While we took it and left it at a certain point, Bouaga also picked up from there and decided to run with it. And we hope that Tuesday they close that deal and Liberia wins. That's a win for Liberia. And so give all of them the credit to drive it. So I think listen to the former minister. He actually had a lot that he needed to empty. And it was good. It was good that he had the opportunity tonight to be able to put all of this out and help the audience. But I think we should all commend both governments. They played their part.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. We're close on the non-permanent thing. I think we all can rest now, because I think we get this story here.
Basically, Kimia did not just come here to speak. He spoke with evidence and documentary evidence and provided them in terms of what the past government did. He even sent communications out for you to see. He gave dates. He was not just speaking off it. He gave years, he gave dates, exact dates. And that's one admiration I have for him. He also said something very important that the current government has not said to the people. Many persons are taught that Liberia and Congo are competing, but no, it's actually two African countries that should be at the seats. So Congo and Liberia are clear by the African Union. That's the two countries that they are standing by. It's not Congo versus Liberia, or they competing the two African countries. No, those two seats will be going to Africa. Another thing that I wanted to chip in on there is that, look, let me tell you this, we got to be real with ourselves. A president comes to power, doesn't talk to you, does all of the bad things, and one morning somebody just wake up, one foreign minister just wake up and write you say, please get on the plane and fly along with President Boyka because we're going for United Nations. That is insulting. Let's be realistic. That is insulting. You have not even settled the disagreement. Somebody talking about patriotism, nationalism, and somebody not patriot. If people are not patriot, they will undermine the entire issue. Okay, nobody can question patriotism or nationalism to measure it because somebody not speaking to you. They undermine you. They almost turn your flight around in the air. They stop you from passing through. Not just the VIP. They send the AFL on the airport. They threaten to withdraw security from you and all of those things. Then at the end of the day, they didn't even call you.
I didn't say you. I think those things make president. No, President Weah is bigger than that. Honorable Grade. You see, let me say this to you. And that's our problem. No, it's all right. We having a post-analysis conversation. Don't get very by interrupt you. Don't get interrupted too. I didn't want to hold you there. This is when we get, we will go contrary to the belief that we are Liberians.
Stand on.
I mean, respect your
belief. I'm telling you what I believe.
But my man, don't forget what is your belief, man. I'm saying to you, how can we be so serious to help our country move on if we say you do me, I do you? I'll pay my debt.
No. What we're saying to you is
good heaven.
Mutual respect is
George
important.
Malam Weah is the former president of the Republic of Liberia.
So why? Is it a grumpy
The only good excuse that Kamaya was trying to make here, and I think maybe people will buy into it. The president got the invite in the time that he was pre-engaged and was moving on. For you to say that, and say, oh, because he played, they didn't learn. He didn't go through the executive lounge. It costs a man. It costs a man.
But somebody will tell you, say President Weah is not patriotic. No. Let me conclude.
That's my opinion. That is my opinion. I said what he did. I say, and I'll say it again. As the former, let me don't miss.
Let me hold you that, right? Let me tell you that. Let me tell you this. Great. I will do that to you. You're gonna keep President Weah up there. No. You guys are reducing the presidency. This man is no more George Manuel.
You want to talk or you want me to talk?
No, but
okay, but then hold on. We're not talking about this Glenn who can just wake up in the morning and tell somebody that they're patriotic because they didn't follow Buckeye. No. That's what we're saying here. Okay. The problem you people have in this country, you are not saying that people disrespect you on the show. You know that. Okay. You are not saying people disrespect you and call you in the morning and say that's follow me. Is that how you live around here? No, wait for Liberian. Come on, President. We are the one that say patriotism. But they disrespect you. You don't talk about patriotism, right?
He was
when
not
patriotic.
You
don't say brother is patriotic.
He was not patriotic by refusing to be a
part
of
this. You can live with it. That won't left for you.
No, live with it. That opinion.
No, but I said live with your opinion.
Yeah, but I was opinion.
You can get Glenny, I beg you, don't small opinion, okay? Can't live with your opinion.
Yes, I was talking. Yes, then I want to you.
No, care opinion. You think we'll sit down our president get their respect and somebody just calling the money?
He's not your president. He's the president of the Republic of Liberia. He served the entire country.
What are you talking about? But Joseph Boga is the president. He should be more reconciliatory. He should be respectful.
Let's move on.
If Boga don't respect you, we're not respecting. Let me tell you all of you on the show.
All right. Glenny, that's okay. Fubi,
hey, President, why not respect people without respecting? Your president who doesn't respect you.
We have to change the narrative in the country, right?
No, to change the narrative is for the leadership of the country.
Whether you like everything she did or not, we call her Madam Salif, former president for the entire.
But she showed respect. Right?
Let's talk about George Manuel Weah. He's the former president. Right? He is the former president for 6 years.
Yeah, even if that one day, even
if that one day, he is the former president, Fubi. How can we sit there and say that my president, because they didn't allow the plane to land, so therefore he will not go for that program that will bring glory to the country? I think those that advised the president in that direction, they were wrong. It's time for President George Manuel Weah, right? Listen to what Kamaya said. Kamaya said, as of yesterday, President Weah still negotiating.
Yeah, because he's doing a piece of work. He doesn't need Joseph Boga to go. He doesn't need to travel.
My friend has said
no, but he doesn't need to travel. Yeah. You think President Weah need to travel with Joseph Boyka before they get his
you guys can mess the whole conversation up.
President Boyka to go pretend.
It is not about President Boyka. It is not about George Manuel Weah. It's about Liberia. Come on,
what's about Liberia? So he disrespect somebody, they say about Liberia, right? Is that how you run things in the country? You know, they don't know that Joseph Boyka was very vindictive. I see the problem with y'all. Okay.
Talk to me.
Joseph Boyka. No, we can sit down here and call. They won't get it connect.
The show now.
Your earpiece that way.
Yeah, don't disturb the show. Fumi, let Fumi talk.
No. Your opinion, I can't listen to it.
Former representative, let Fumi talk. I'm a leader with my opinion alone.
Yeah, like my opinion to Boyka vindictive.
Are you worried?
So Glendy, I want to bring you in. Glendy, let me bring you in on this, Glendy. Glendy, let me bring you in on this, right? And the reason why I bring you in on this, Glendy, this is the letter from Wendy Cummings Wilson. She was driving coming from work, and we found time that she come on the show and speak to us. But here's the issue. Staff at the permanent mission of the Republic of Liberia to the United Nations, New York. His Excellency D. Maxwell Sakamaya, permanent representative, permanent mission of the Republic of Liberia to the United Nations, dear D. Max Kamaya. I'm writing to express my anguish and distress over your sexual advance, sexual harassment toward me. The date of the incident and occurrence are as follows. Approximately 9 months ago, on the evening of January 8, 2020, you, Ambassador Kamaya, called me to your office and locked the door where I was sexually harassed by you. You, Ambassador Kamaya, asked several times to have me case you, stating you know you want to do it. Just give me a case. We all are adults here. After refusing your repeated sexual advances, I advise you that I look at you as a father figure and that I was not interested. I wish time I left. You, Ambassador Kamaya, asked several times to have me case you, stating, you know, okay, blah, blah, I wish time I left where I am, okay? The shock and emotional trauma from the incident caused me to have a grand mal seizure, which left me unconscious for 3 days. Wow. The incident kept me away from work for almost a month due to physical, emotional, and psychological trauma. The staff can attest to the absence from work during the period mentioned. I have done a lot of soul searching and contemplated on this as it has taunted me, leading me to the current resolution. I have copied the acting minister, deputy minister of administration of the foreign ministry, the Republic of Liberia, and deputy permanent representative of the Republic of Liberia to the United Nations to and on this letter as well. My legal team will be filing a formal complaint with the United States Mission to the United Nations. Sincerely, Winnie Cummings Wilson. Now, that's her letter. That's her complaint. You listen to D-Max today. The ambassador said, I got my visa for America, nobody's stopping me. I went and met my lawyer. The woman have not filed a complaint, not through the jurisdiction of New York or the permanent mission. I will be sharing these text messages. Thereafter this letter, the text messages that were sent from Winnie Cummings to D-Max Kamaya. Let me give you guys a chance. You listen to the ambassador defense, you listen to his explanation, you have read the letter. Glendy, let's hear you first. Then I will share these text messages. Glendy, let me help you. Just leave here, I will help to meet you.
So honestly, I want to be very honest. I actually had a headache because it's like, and I was in the live feed. when you ask a direct question, it's like before we even got to him trying to answer the question, the narrative was just so long. It was a direct question. What do you have to say about this? There was no response. So I don't know if what he said tonight was a defense. And also, when you're seeing the letter, the first thing that I want to talk about the letter is he says that this lady was not working there. But when you see the letter, you see how she's addressed, where the letter is coming from. That tells her that she was a staff of the embassy, which she said no, she wasn't. This is a case where, and I think there are a lot more things that he could have answered. He could have talked about. You asking where you sued. I don't know if he even answered that question. I mean, after a minute I left from there, but I don't think what he gave tonight was a defense. I think also I don't think this case was properly looked into, because these are allegations. Until this case is properly adjudicated where he is found not guilty, then we can say, oh yes, indeed he was not guilty. He can bring many text messages here, as many as he wants. He can go and research everything. Is still left with the fact that there is an allegation of sexual harassment, and what he did tonight did not clear him, in my opinion.
So the accuser, she got no lawsuit in Liberia, and I asked him, he named Pisa City Town, the general person, he named another group that will represent him. And I will be calling on Madam Cummings again now. The minister have come out, but the accuser, why she couldn't pursue this case? Glennie, let me hear you briefly before I go to Great Man.
I mean, that's left with her. I don't know what's channeling in the back door. What is the reason for her not trying to pursue her case? Because the allegation, even if she's at a place where she doesn't want to further the case, Cumaya should be interested in clearing his name. He should be interested in saying, no, we'll go to court. Because if these allegations are grave, this is the man calls himself ambassador. It's a foreign, what they call it, say, I don't even know the English word for it. But this is somebody who work in foreign service that will want to clean this thing from his name. And he should be interested in saying, no, if what you did was wrong and he has all the evidence, take her to court. Take her to court for slander. He should do that.
And again, this is big. This is really big. Great Man, let me hear you here, because the ambassador spent a lot of time on these allegation questions. Let's hear you.
I think it would be a waste of time for the ambassador to take out the court for slander. The ambassador made a case here, a lesson religiously. You're very clear. In fact, he even accused her of assassination of character, politically motivated, because she had texted him up to August until his appointment in September. He was very clear on this. He sent you all the exchanges, all of the interaction. I guess it didn't happen when you got appointed. That's when the situation occurred. So all the text messages contradict what she said as per the time frame and the conversation she had up to the time she said she went to the mayor office. The text messages sent to you contradicted that. The second point is that, look, America is a very sensitive country when it comes to women's protection. Nobody should make a mistake on that. You people live in the United States of America. We don't live there. But you know, when it comes to these issues, they don't joke about that. They even expect diplomats from their country for that. Okay, she has not been able to flag any issue. In fact, he raised the issue of her status. It says she has the issue of status crisis. So probably she wanted to have salt in his mind. Maybe since they were politically motivated, maybe she wanted political asylum because her status is questionable in the United States of America. She's not a resident. She doesn't have a resident permit. Okay, these are strong allegations. She needs to come and clarify that. So, but I believe that he made a case. He provided the necessary clarity, and I don't think he should run after her. He even spoke passionately. He said, I would not demean her. I know she has some challenges. You went into it asking and said, what are the challenges? He said, no, because I have a mother. I would not say that, but I know she has some challenges, and I think she's being used according to him. He said, look, I mean, he has a visa, has been speculated that he doesn't go to America, or he was denied, for example, and all of those things. He provided necessary clarity. So it was good that he came on air to provide the clarity. I don't think he should go after her once she's sick. According to him, he doesn't have to follow her. He doesn't have to move behind her. Okay? I mean, those who want to believe can believe. Those who don't want to believe, that's it. There's Liberia. Okay? It's not every accusation against officials of government in the United States of America will go sue you because you made allegations against them.
Honorable Gray, let me hold you there. The ambassador listened to what Honorable Gray, let me hold you. The ambassador listened to what Glendy said. He wanted to make some clarification. So let's bring in Ambassador D. Maxwell again. Ambassador, you want to make a brief clarification? Welcome, you're live.
Okay, thank you. Stands on point of all, Senator, am I on? Are you hearing me?
Yes, you're on live. You are live.
Okay, thank you. First of all, you know, and greetings to Glendy, Akaros, and Henry. Glendy, the assertion when she started off about being allowed, and Senator tried to explain to you that it has to do with the equipment, also technical. I don't scream, you know, I didn't scream. Right now I'm talking directly. And you hear me. So you come out and down, they were all here in a room with me, and they know the challenge that we have. So I didn't scream. And to say your hand, thank you, and all of that. I mean, the other thing is, it is incorrect because things don't listen to me and the whole world listen. I've never told you that the ladies didn't work. They don't even come. If we work together, I say yes. But now, what I answer, they don't even ask me when they should start working there. And I'm going 2019, you know, in September. I illustrated all of that. The recording, you know, is there. So, and I didn't answer the question. I didn't say I was very flat. I have to lay up. We're talking, Randy, you have a son who's an athlete. As a mother, you will not sit down when somebody come and lie, you know, and tell falsehood about your son, you know, as a thing. So, it's not abomination. It is abomination. And even the whole fight against sexual violence, you undermine it when you bring in falsehood with respect to that. I never one day in this world ever desire Miss Cummings' welfare. And I said I won't speak to the illegal because I see my mother in every woman as it is. So I was as clear as I can be. Stand up as about lawsuit. I said I've not encountered any lawsuit. I even said I have a case. But out of courtesy for the one who recommended, I said I decided not to pursue, you know, and that's why I've been silent. When all those years with respect to that, I'm talking because of Kemaya. For more than 30 years, Randy, up to right now as I speak, I have been engaged with women's empowerment, girls and women. Even right now, as I speak to you, as it is, the UN knows that before even government. So I have always been at that. Out of what I have a lot of ladies in my family. But to tell falsehood on somebody's name, and somebody wants to play with it and handle it as it is, what if they were a beloved child of yours? I am my mother's son. I'm another woman's son. And so for somebody to lie on it and people then play with it. No.
Thank you, Ambassador.
These are things of people. So I just want to clarify I spoke loud and clear. There is no such thing that took place, and all the messages that Central got are messages of interaction between, exchange of messages between Ms. Cummings Wilson and myself.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Incident took place. He said the incident took place January 8, 2020, and Central got messages after January 8. So you look at the messages after January 8 and see the exchange between us, the cordiality or yearning in the messages.
Thank you, Ambassador. We gotta go.
And all of that, Glendy.
Ambassador, thank you. Thank you.
Never go after someone into an inappropriate way.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. So, the Ambassador, we appreciate his clarity, guys. I want us to discuss. I think we can get away from this interview today because we got something that was so scary, Glendy. Whether you are opposition or imposition, what we have that is so scary, the president arrival in the country today. The executive mansion tried to bury this, Honorable Gray. People took journalists' phone away from them, deleted the video. But you know why? Social media go a long way. Look at the footage. Look at the video. Look at the tire of that plane. Look at the recording. People was crying. Why? I want to come to you first, right, Fully? Why you think the executive mansion was trying to bury this? Why you think, the situation, and number one, the breach of freedom of the free speech and free press in the country by going into the journalist phone and deleting all those videos. And, the reason why I'm going to hold these text messages because I'm getting in contact with Wayne Cummings, not to leave this conversation, we're just to be on the show tomorrow that we can share those text messages and give her time to respond. Glendy, I don't want to put the text messages up because, I want her to come, we'll show it to her, then she will have a time to respond. But Fully, I spoke to you today and it was so scared though. The president arrived under a very, very serious playing situation. Talk to me.
Yeah, so firstly, like I said earlier, we thank God for safe arrival of the president and his delegation. And those things happen. Accidents are normal part of our life. So when they happen and everybody's safe, the only thing you can do is to give thanks to God. Like whether good or bad. Like we always say, in everything, give thanks. So we say thank God for that. But on the action of the security, for me, I will always tell people, don't keep people speculating, don't keep the country in doubt, and don't make people to think and try to add their own narrative to situation. So it's always good to get the public informed firsthand. And there's nothing wrong with the public seeing the video of the plane tire being burst and fire catching on or whatever the case is. Nothing wrong with that because it happened. You can't change it. You were not the cause. And I also saw RIA press release, one accusing putting the fault on potholes, and another one saying the runway is also good. That also, I think, they show some lack of seriousness.
The stubbornness of the fly, that fly will go in the grave with the casket. You have some very unprofessional folks at RIA, but the president is keeping them there, right? People that are all about their pocket, right? But the president is keeping them there. See what happened today. You want to play politics on it. For me. Yeah, every day we're trying to defend this government the best way we can. But these guys, then they are so corrupt, they are stealing from the system. They got no reason. And you know what? It happened to the president jet plane. This is an embarrassment.
Yeah.
This is total embarrassment. Say anything you want to say. If that way you have a good government, I tell you what, today these guys don't have a job.
Yep.
But you know what? Well, somebody said that the president nephew there, other person said that the president godson. Listen. And God
Plenty that will serve. Thank God. The president and his delegation, his crew, they are all safe. Thank God. We'll show the video. We'll talk about it again tomorrow. See the smoke in the back. See that tire. But you want us to believe that was Papo. The other day was bird. That was the bird that shut down the plane. Today that Papo. Nobody playing, but the plane the president in the private jet that they paid 45,000 for to go and come. Uber Air. This is an embarrassment. This is an embarrassment not only to the president but to the nation. Nobody get an explanation. And feel that it's okay to go in journalists, then phone, take the phone, and take the recording up. But it was gone. Everybody have it. I will play this when you listen to the guy. Cut it up. Then we'll listen to Glennie and listen to our brother Grid and thing. Let's just play this one. We get a lot of that. We'll play this one real quick. Then we'll get.
Jeez.
Put up.
Cover them up. It's gone. It's on the social media space. It's gone. The life of the president was in danger. The life of those that were in that plane was in some serious danger. But I guarantee you, what would this government do when you have family working in places like that? Nothing. We're gonna wait. And the I get two fake reports, one for Glennie and one for Gray. Let's listen to the report again. We got the other one for Glennie. Glennie read it, she sent it by the other one for Gray. They're confused like hell. This is not a laughing matter. This is some serious, you know what? And we're still warning this government to bring incompetent people. The man they call Master Quay, you took him from the old puppy, you took him from Pennsylvania. That just say now on his retirement. You say go to the board, the man go there, you tell the other man say be director. All the guys are just sitting there chilling. No improvement. And Sister Glennie, let me announce the reason why I just left that other topic, because Winnie Wilson will be joining the show tomorrow. We'll play all the text messages and show everything, so I think it will be fair to her. But what you saw today is heartbreaking for our country. The president's life was in danger, Glennie.
Yeah, I know you want to talk about the president's life, but I also would like 30 seconds to respond to the former
Respond to Kamaya, no problem, and we'll come back there.
Yes. Also, if he is like he expressed, he's concerned about his character. That's why he came on. That's why he explained. That's why he shared the different recordings. And my point is, if he's that concerned about his character to the point that he even mentioned my son, I'm even happy that he know my son is a patriot. He runs for Liberia. That's a good thing. But I would say that then he should be able to. He should go after her. If her stories are malicious, if she's accusing him wrongly, and this is character assassination, he should sue her. And that is my point. And one of the things in the conversation, he said that she was not a boss. Maggie Gibson was a mercy. Maggie Gibson Grace was her boy. I think there's some point in the tape I'm going to list where he said that at some point she wasn't an office staff or something. He said, I may be misquoting, but I know I heard that. But to the ambassador, if this is that serious to you and character assassination is wrong, I am pleading with you, take her to court so that your name is cleared from this allegation. Because as it stands, it is he said versus she say. She will have her people that will believe her. You will have your people that will believe you. I'm just in the middle because I wasn't there. I don't know. I know what you share. I know what she has shared. But character assassination is a wrong thing. I want to encourage you to sue her and you have a case. That's it.
Blended, thank you very much. Honorable Gray, I'm looking at the title of this thing, man. My head is hurting, Honorable Gray. Where have we gone wrong here? Gray, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm getting you now.
Yeah, where have we gone wrong? This thing about the private jet.
Look, to be frank with you, is that, look, the first thing is that, you know, I was just listening to a video today and I smiled from Fadiga when he prayed that President we are just should fall down in the ocean. And even snakes should bite him. And the Unity Party people were clapping for it, you know. They were cheering.
All right, you know that Greg got technical issue. Asset, let's hear you. You want to take it from there? Let's talk about this plane.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Sure. Hi to everyone, and just before this, in 5-10 seconds, you know, I listened to the one-on-one with the ambassador. I mean, you listen to him. You couldn't have been impressed more than the world impressed itself. I think everyone heard him speaking, and he presented himself as a person who understands the issue, who knows diplomacy, and who knows the different who you need to pass through here and there. And I was so excited that he came on. But on the question of the plane involving the president, you know, it is a good day that the president is saved, the interrush is saved. It is a bad day that the country experienced such scare. Thank God that nothing happened to the president. I mean, the nation is excited. I think there was the blessings of God, and we all should be very, very thankful. But I will want to say this, though. I want the president to reflect on a few things, you know. When President Buya came and he was in the air, they didn't want him to learn and he was in danger, he playing going around. I want him to reflect on what happened to him today and picture what
Can you tell the kids to come down, please?
Yeah. I mean, I'll just be playing game with people causing noise. But again, I just want the president to reflect on what happened to him today. See the danger. How did he feel in that plane? And just imagine what his government did to former President Weah, who was actually in the air and they could not allow his plane to land. Imagine had the fuel ran off. Imagine had something happened. So President Boakai, I hope you search your conscience and your heart and just look at the unfortunate incident you went through today and imagine what President Weah went through. In addition to my own brother Fadiga, General Gray was saying it. President Boakai, my brother Fadiga works in your government. He's in France. Imagine
from France
in your government praying for what happened to you today to cause the death of the former president. You know what happened? United Party people were clapping. Oh yeah, the men are propagandists. Yeah. So President President Boakai, I can only say much. When you sleep tonight, look in the sky, ask yourself some questions, put yourself in the shoes of President Weah. I hope you learn a little thing from there. Thank you.
Let's hear you. Maybe you took another turn, but we'll come to you to talk about this. Great, you didn't finish up. Let me give you the time to finish. Honorable Gray, are you hearing us? All right, if we come in, then we'll go to Sis Glennie.
Yeah, so look, those things happen, but just for the security issue and the guys at the port, the airport, you need to be professional. You need to step up your game, and you need to stop shifting blames on unnecessary things. I don't think our airport runway should have potholes for no reason. All the road construction that are going on, we can't be saying airport runway has potholes. That is 100% unacceptable. So if that first press release was wrong, the person that released it, that person needs some serious punishment or removal of the post. You cannot be saying things that you know that are not true. If it is true that the airport have potholes on the road, on the runway, they need to correct that immediately. And that's what I always say to people, you know, when you have a home and you're cooking the food in two different parts, one part for the father and one part for the children, the father will not know the kind of food the children eating. But when you put everybody's food in the same pot, the day the food saute, the father will know that the food is saute. The day the food is too much pepper, the father will know that the food has too much pepper. So, and that's the same thing. If the president can experience that kind of situation today, and it is attributed to potholes, then it's unfortunate that how many thousands of passengers that move in and out are at risk because of bad runway.
So the question to you, what would the president do? The president will not fire anybody. The president will babysit them and say we need more money to fix the roads. I guarantee you, 24 to 48 hours to 72 hours, till that killer come. President Bouakai will not even suspend anyone. Because you know what? Massaquoi is a family member of President Bouakai. Should we name all of them at the port? And these are the stuff we've been saying from day one. The people, they are killers. And you know this thing, where you're going to lead. Where you going to get, Fubi? What the Liberian people going to get? People been complaining about this mess. They've been, look at the tire here. They've been complaining about the mess. They go bring old car tire and put it around the plane. I mean, what a disgrace, Glenny. Why are you doing this to us, Glenny? You know, you do all the talking. We're happy to hear you sometimes, but Glenny, you can't do this to us. Can you imagine? You can't do this to us.
So which one you calling my knees for now?
Yeah, because you know that you guys put us in this situation that the president can't take no more action. We brought the president. We asked the people to vote for this president. Now the president just complacent, even onto his own life in that plane. I was scared like hell. I started making phone calls. And thank God the reporters are telling me, say, oh, CEO, they tell me the thing. Oh, I said, what happened? When they explained it, I had to go into our backup and take out the videos. And I began to tell the people, say, no, it was because of this reason. People start calling me, Glendy. How can we do this? I mean, what is this? In a country called Liberia. Glendy, talk to me, man. We'll continue with this story tomorrow, but I can guarantee you, I know in my stomach, President JMB will not do jack. He won't. They will say that the bird dig the pop hole. That bird, that bird has scored. Plenty this one has scored. That is scoring dug the pop hole. Nobody will look and bury the peanuts in it. Hey, man, y'all don't do this, Glenny. Talk to me.
So I think the situation today is concerning. And I think this needs to be looked into. But I also think that when things happen, we should be truthful. Because like you said, this is social media era. While you're thinking you're hiding there and presenting a different narrative and story to the people, everybody, the smartphone is just like that. Before you can believe it, someone has shared it. I think it was an emergency case for our president because it risks his security. I want to agree that even a brand new car or a brand new airplane, it can have a puncture tire. So I don't know what happened to the tires, but I would just say that was very scary and it was a risky situation. And I think that people should just be forthcoming, say what it was, and we move on and fix it for tomorrow. But don't try to get a cover of a situation that's clear to the Liberian people. Is what I would say.
Two reports came up. Two, Glenny. Two fake reports. And there will be a third one coming out tomorrow. They'll say that the grandma dug the hole. This is an embarrassment. You don't have no lawmaker that should call for investigation. Glenny, yeah, in America, that person before the lawmakers tomorrow. You don't have any to call for investigation.
Somebody will say, Papa, anything that mistake can happen before lead a man. The Papa will not fire anybody, will not suspend anybody. To tell you about leadership incompetence. To tell you about leadership, should somebody die first? This is the precedent for the sake of God. I mean, this is scary, folks. Regardless who you are, sedition, you pigs. Look at the tire. Look at the fire at the back of the plane. Jesus. Even the man said Jesus. He said Jesus. I mean, there's no system in the country. Everything is broken down. Then you get a bunch of directors sitting there, even director in the same government saying the government is doing fine. What a joke for me.
But Stanton, why you want to talk about the lawmakers? The president is saying he cares for his own life.
But I'm saying the corporate investigation, though. Then you got Fumi that director for this, and then they will sit there and say, yeah, but you know, we got under control the government. Okay, what a disgrace! What a nonsense of a government! What a nonsense of a government!
Just we are trying. Also, we shouldn't compare. But when the head of the airport, when the light went off that day, they had to take action against him. The airport head. Just that current window for a few minutes. But I will say this to you. Don't blame the lawmakers on the president appointed the people. If the people are dysfunctional, the lawmakers cannot remove them. There's not like the British Parliament where you can issue a vote of no confidence in an appointed official. Okay? Even if you have problems, you still got to inform the president about that. So the president, if your president will fire them right on the airport because it has to do a level with the president. And listen to what one of the you mentioned, the EPS had to run to the flight. Can you imagine that? Some EPS officer had to run to the flight to get the president down immediately.
No God.
Yes. There's a version of the story that Zaire mentioned, people are explaining, their own reporters. Okay? So that guy said Jesus, because the communication they were receiving, once the flight is landing, there will be communication to and fro. And imagine they're talking about pothole, the airport. After almost 18 months in government or 16 months, you're talking about potholes. That's an insult to the country. It even makes other flights afraid to come to Liberia. That one of the reasons Air France almost stopped coming to Liberia. You know the story about Air France. Okay, Delta Airline, in fact, it was Delta first. Okay, Delta had that issue. They couldn't come to Liberia. And can you imagine other people supposed to be traveling had to be delayed. Okay.
And you know what, though? Just because we were discussing things.
Yeah.
Great. Just in speaking of all these things, transport minister, you know, put out a statement. You know, the Minister of Transport as the lead government institution responsible for air, land, and sea, is pleased to inform the general public that it has worked in close coordination with the management of the Rabat International Airport and the LCAA, as we have addressed the recent incident involving a private jet at the airport. The incident occurred during the landing of a private aircraft May 29, in which His Excellency Joseph Yimambwaka was on board. The shutdown has since been brought. This is a bunch of crap. This is a bunch of crap. I'll tell you why. It's onto Josh Madden we are then. It's onto President Bwaka today. All the nonsense of different stories. The country is begging for leadership. I'm seriously disappointed. The president will go and take shower, they will rub his legs, they will massage his body, he will go to bed, get up in the morning, they will find another story. You know what another story is going to be? Corona cry, and you know, and the others at the executive mansion taking away $76,000 and more money coming up. By the way, people say over $500,000 now, because if you include it up to present time, it's a lot of money. And you know, from the supplementary payroll, and again, they're going to cover that story. They're going to lie. I mean, why can't you just do the right thing for me? Let the Liberian people just benefit. I mean, why all these little lies, Fubi? Why in small Liberia the people cannot be just fair? Why this government going to make us shame continuously? And then they will sit in front of each other and say, yeah, we do well, yeah, great, yeah, we do well, yeah, the country area, Fubi, yeah. Let's go to Calabash and go drink liquor. Our mission is complete. Are you kidding me?
For nothing paid, the people taking bunch of people who they get compensated politically, running all the people.
I want to speak to the Liberian people tonight. Your government is failing you. And people will get $5 and $10 and say, yeah, post us, share the show, yeah, talk to us, say good thing about us. It can't help.
No, seriously.
It cannot help. Your government is failing. The president's life was in danger today. Over before you go to bed, Papi, the president plane, the private jet that he paid somebody in Nigeria to give him, that plane had a serious problem today, had an accident. They had to take President Baga from the plane and put him in a car quick and take him. Quick. The plane had a problem. Who responsible? The President Baga is responsible. The people, the incompetent people he brought to work to that place. When will you sit back and allow the president to lead? When? For everything somebody want to do that show, everything that charade, everything that bluff, everything they are in competition with other people, but not with their own self. And the country is going into the darkness. The country is dying slowly. With only 16, 17 months, we got a major problem at the airport. They've been complaining about incompetence at our airport, Fubi, corruption at the airport. The man, when he was serving, as just acting, managing director at the airport, he may have paid $500 for a rental car. Nothing came out of it. Fubi, you heard the story. The place is leaking. The whole place got shut down. They said that bird went in the generator.
Yeah,
can you imagine stupidity?
Yeah.
Can you imagine foolishness?
Say boy flew in the transformer.
Can you imagine foolishness?
Yeah.
And now they're gonna put that aside. They're gonna put it aside, and they're gonna say, my man, I'm gonna Facebook show you, right? How we do? How the government today? Yeah. How they went with the airport? Oh my man, we took care of that thing. And the puppy is in serious mess. And everybody want to celebrate themselves because if you talk, then they say, oh, what are you talking for? The government is failing. The government is going down faster than any government I have seen. Not even the Chastero government. The government is losing it. It's the lunatic. I mean, why should we sit here and pretend? But for me, you know what? Tomorrow we'll be discussing the executive mansion, the GAC report. You saw that. And the people still explaining, they can't get to the bottom of the explanation.
They put it in
what was the guy? Coletta Crown, what's her name is? She's still explaining. And I enjoy the explanation between she and Judah J and Satya Usatia. She's still explaining. She can't finish explaining. Can you imagine? For you to do a smoke? Lord.
No, and the boys, they say I told money to go Paris. They get married, so she told the money to keep to get married.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not going to talk about her private life. Let's talk about the issue.
Why public official now can talk about private life? They will
no. For me, I can talk to her about the issue. I don't care if she married Clarence Massaquoi. That's not my. I don't care if she married Clarence Massaquoi. That's not my business. We're gonna talk about the issue. No. I'm just saying we'll talk about the issue, Fubi. I'm not going to talk about her private life. You know, I'll just see.
Posting Karen's girl. Oh yeah, Karen got married in Paris. She just ready want to get married.
Yeah, but I mean that's a young lady. I hope she can get married. But she got. Listen, great. Listen. So this is a deputy minister, right? At the Ministry of State, right? This is a deputy minister. They blame George Manawia and Nathaniel Fallow McGill of payroll paddling.
And we'll talk on this story tomorrow. Give me 2 seconds, I'm begging you. We'll talk about this tomorrow. It's so bad that they walk directly into it and they're doing the same thing. They got no explanation. This is complete corruption. For me, if another government comes to power, they will prosecute her. They will. If another government comes into power, they will prosecute her. Who authorized her? This is about over 500,000, $500,000. And listen to the weak explanation they're putting out there. And we'll discuss it more. And they buried the story. They hide the story. To tell you the truth, I believe they'll go after the GSC guy. They want to fire him.
None of the information I gathered in, they said the person who went and negotiated for that plane, that very old plane, and why they say not wrong with Benio, they're trying to cover up.
I mean, the plane from a Nigerian businessman, but living with that plane business.
Yeah, but it's an old plane. I just telling you.
Let's talk about this thing by. Let's talk about this thing now. Let's move on by. Why you sold that? Why you agree by?
Anytime talk about Joseph Boakai, you can change the topic.
We're talking about how you say that? We're talking about the you don't want us to talk about the payroll partner at the executive mansion.
Who are on the payroll? Now the question. Let be wrong. So who are on the payroll?
Bring it back openly again. We'll pass this thing.
Okay, let's go to the payroll. Who are on the payroll?
I say.
Yeah, General Gray, let the man end now. When the man end, then we come in. When that man end,
yeah, Fubi, give her 1 second. I said, though, we'll discuss this thing tomorrow because we got to close the show. Fubi got to go. I'm going to say I got to go. Just bring us on to speed briefly, I said, though, and let's keep the rest of it tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. You know, what I'm going to that very quickly, Stanton, allow me to take 1 second, just a second to just think about one thing. If George Weah was the president and then George Weah people come and say, oh, the airport ratting, a airport hole here and there, that's why the plane almost to crash. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Doing George Weah Curry went one time. Almost the end.
Go to your audit.
Yeah, I will go there. I don't want to do the thing. But the end of the turning. 4 years, it didn't happen. 5 years, it didn't happen. The end before it happened. That was the end of the war. Joseph Boakai just 1 year, 2 years. That's the 4th time now. Hallelujah. So to the audit, again, like you said, we have seen over 20 explanations. You know, the Tony posted you will explain, tire, no evidence. We've seen explanation upon explanation, but the fact remains consistent and truth. Ministry of State stole the people money. And what did they do? In a very crooked way. In a way that they thought they were hating everything. What did they do, Stanton? When you came to power, we all hear when they were dismissing people all around. They were dismissing people. Ministry of State dismissed over 751 persons. They told the people, say, we pay your money. We pay your 2 money half. They wanted Ministry of Finance, they brought the money from there. They had the money. And then, time to pay, they say, oh no, 76 of you will not pay you because we can verify that you worked. Okay, they didn't pay the people. Now the people money that they didn't pay, everybody expected them to carry it back. But no, sweet, that money disappeared. So GSC asked them, but how come you took the money, you didn't pay, you didn't care about? If you didn't care about, did you guys write a check and you voided the check? Where is it? As we speak today, that money in a swimming pool. And then they move from there. They say, oh, George, we have people on the payroll. They didn't do this. Good thing, George, you have people, they were human beings you could see. Although you will say, yeah, they get CV, they get there, but you can see them. They brought 74 people they put on the payroll. Ghost. GSC saw 74 people. They didn't see no document, no anything, no hiring, no nothing. So GSC, but who are these people? They say, oh, they're working here. We brought them. GSC said, okay, so we can see no document, please. Let's use our 2 BB eyeball to see the people. Let me see the human being. GSC has put over 10 times. Today, they're still looking for human being. No human being. And the amount of small amount started 36,000 every month from that day, that time, from around January, February to today, every month 36,000, almost $576,000 that go in. So when you put
So
everything together,
again, we will have special time. We got one guest coming tomorrow, but we will just have to cancel that guest because we got to discuss these two things.
it is
The period
important
company.
because
We
this
got to
is
discuss the
wickedness.
GSC report. And I
Wickedness.
can announce to you again that the government start telling the truth. Will not stop talking because the government is doing so bad, right? And again, you can say, oh, Stanton, don't blame the president. No, the president can pick up the phone today and fire everybody, Sylvester Grisby and all of them. They are so damn corrupt. Again, this is not even about, the president got to just tell the truth that he's going to live with this till his rest of his term. Because the president will do only one term. There will be no way that people really elect this president. Because the president for the first 16 or 17 months is Blunder Fubi. I'm begging you, don't get very me because I say it. Listen to what coming up through the wire tonight. And we can announce a major double payroll corruption scams at MCC. We can announce this, the mayor. Double payroll. The man had 2 payroll book. The mayor doing payroll every month. He do it double. I say every month. This guy will get him payroll double. Now they are blaming the controller, but it's on his desk. They're trying to allow the controller to take the bullet. I have the document. I will be going ahead to share this tomorrow. Major integrity institution, they got themselves involved to investigate. This is under John Chiru watch. Again, what's going on, Honorable Gray? And then we end with Fubi and we leave. Why are these guys then doing this to Omen Joseph Waka? Because you know what? They said our uncle, our pa, we can do anything. But MCC, they get double payroll to MCC. You ESO. Are you kidding me? I said MCC. So why in the government that there is no corruption? The government is prone to corruption. You must be corrupt if you want to survive in the government. Then after you have become a corrupt individual in the government, go on a talk show and go sing hallelujah, hey, hallelujah, hey, hey. Go. Because after, great, you must be corrupt in the government because everywhere in the government, the people are dying on the street, the people are hungry, the people are crying, but the government remains so damn corrupt, and at the end of the day, they will go sit back and celebrate themselves and say, we are doing better. Look at what is coming out of MCC. They said it is stink, they said it is dirty, and the guys then giving the said double paycheck. Great, talk to me, man. Let's go. I'm hungry. Let me go eat my Spanish.
Yeah, Stanton, you know when you got a child in the house and a child commit a crime and you don't punish the child for the first time, you say, oh, he commits the crime for the second time, you don't punish him, it gets used to him. From the day Sylvester Grisby took the people $500,000 to buy cars, the president did nothing about that. Yellow machine story came up from 84 million to 24 million, 22 million, now it's 17 million. I think Stanton, you need to follow that story. Senate has provided 17 million for training and all of those things. Okay, the president took no action. Everyone feel that it's time to get rich, grab and go. What they hope that some of them say, oh, the president may not come back. Whosoever that become president, I may not be around anymore. That MCC saga, you need to dip into it. You need to dig into it deeply. Because what the guys want to do, the guys want to put everything on the controller here now. And that double payroll, that instruction you pass, there is no way the MCC's board can escape that. Look at the issue of supplementary payroll. I said that you people flag. I said we flagged that thing last September of last year. In 2024, between February to April, Ms. Cornelia Cra signed the supplementary payroll that included the biological child of President Boyka, Randall Boyka, Alvin Grisby, who is the brother of Sylvester Grisby. Now, popular record, the 80% in United States dollars and the 20% in Liberian dollars. While they were running behind people for payroll, padding, and supplementary payroll at the Ministry of State, under that same period, they created the same supplementary payroll. The same. Okay, they didn't create it this year. They created it last year as of January, and started paying the pool between February to April. We get the documentary evidence towards that. Okay, now, people believe that the president has no control, because if this president had control, the president will act. Okay? So the government is not just retrogressing, but like I said, and I will consistently say, that other people will say, You can never intellectualize poverty or hunger. Believe me today. You cannot mislead the ordinary people. Look, you can go and say anything to the world. Ministers, appointed officials, they can go and sit together and talk all the tabata. My man, your LEC go. I gotta put my solar on. I don't put my store on, so the guy put my solar on here.
You talking tabata, so they cut you off.
The problem just getting worse.
This is another why I always let to keep my solar on and having a show here. So that Fubi they can cut the LEC off. So, but basically, let's be sincere with ourselves. Okay, Fubi, no, Fubi, whether you like the government or you hate the government, the fact of the matter here is that President Boyka had demonstrated not just administrative ineptitude, but he had demonstrated lack of control. There is no control by the president. Everyone running helter-skelter in the country. Okay, no leadership from the upper level to the lower level. Everyone doing, and they're not only repeating what they criticize, but they are defending the criminality that they claim to have criticized yesteryears, and they're doing more. Don't know if you think I'm lying. They get people $5, they get people $10, you know, but I call up brigade, internet brigade, Facebook brigade, social network brigade. You know, how does it help the government? How does it help the ordinary people in the market? How does it look? The U.S. really government predicted in the budget that the U.S. rate will go up in 2025 to the Liberian will be $209.10. $209.10 Liberian dollars to $1 US. The guys arguing that no, it's not possible, and people lying. No, that's what the finance minister has said. So realistically, whether you like it or not, the government is living on blood. I heard they took money from one company to pay the people last month.
Thank you.
In advance to pay.
Thank you.
A deal holding on. Fubi Dala.
Well, Fubi, that's here you're closing, Fubi, and we leave from here because this situation will be discussed tomorrow. Tomorrow we come to you, my friend. We'll be discussing the issue of the payroll paddling on the Minister of State. We're hearing that Sylvester Graceful will be dismissed. And if that situation has been saying this Sunshine Quintan up to Joseph Boyka, everybody tired now. They can dismiss Sylvester Graceful. We're hearing that he will be dismissed. And whatever the case may be, it's up to them. But it will not change anything if you remove Sylvester Graceful. The people that they are so damn corrupt, there will be nothing changing here and there because you know why? Sylvester Graceful is not the only individual that have destroyed this government. The government is destroyed from the head. The head is rotting, the entire government is rotting. Samuel Kofi Woods, Bushman Keita, Mandela Cooper, Sad Johnny, Modi Kamara, all these advisors around the president. Let's go to the ministry, let's go to the agency. It's all about the Facebook showcase. Put me on Facebook, let me celebrate the government. The president will be happy. No, the government has failed and failed rapidly. But the government can redeem herself if the president stand up to be the president and act like the president and lead as a president. The government, except worrying something happened, the government remain dumb. Fubi, talk to us, my friend.
Yeah, so we'll deal with the topic good tomorrow, so I don't want to talk much about it, but just from, I think just a preliminary on the audit report and comparing, I think the audit report was up to 2024 March, as I read. So it means they still got to review the entire 2024.
They got whole 1 year. The whole 1 year that they didn't put it. Only March 2024. What was from March 2024 to today? How many ETM are going on?
Yeah, so the government now, like they acknowledge the audit findings. So that gave them the opportunity to correct those findings in the months that preceded it. So we're looking forward to seeing the next audit report if those corrections were made. I also saw Colin Pratt's report from the Ministry of State and the Finance Ministry where they stated that they didn't actually take money to pay, and the money was paid directly through Finance Ministry. So if that's true, they should have forwarded that information to the auditors when the auditor requested the details for around that 76,000. They should have done that. So since they didn't do it, the audit will also be conducted for 2024. So we hope to see in the new findings from the next audit that actually was corrected. Then that can clear the whole web of whether somebody stole money or didn't steal money. So for now, I don't want to run with the story that the 876,000 because there's a report to substantiate that, and we look forward to the ministry and the audit.
Where you get a report from? Where you get a report from to substantiate?
No, I said to the report that was published by the Ministry of State for June 2024, which was after. I saw a copy of it, which was after the audit. So what I'm saying, the audit didn't conclude for the entire 2024. So
they stole the money.
They need to. No, they claim that federal ministry paid directly the people. So if that's true, they should have forwarded that information to the auditors. That's something that I disagree with them on. You can't keep that information from the auditors, because when the auditor comes to audit, whatever the issues are, you have to be clear with the auditor.
You know what you remind me of? You remind me when Human PSA, happy birthday to Human PSA, by the way. Today is a birthday. We want to send a shout out to her. But you remind me about Human PSA, right? When the auditor went to the central bank, and we had the conversation on the show, and it said that the time given for the central bank to give their report, they didn't. They respond, they didn't. So therefore, they blame Human PSA and Luscious Stalin them. And we beat on them on this show, right? And they put that on another term. That's the same format this girl is carrying on. It's a scam. It's a scam. This is a rescue government we're talking about, my brother. People must stop playing. There is no way the guys didn't eat the money. You know where the money went? They say on a consultancy. You know another line they put in there? Tomorrow. We have scattered and separated all those things already. And you will understand that this government is doing more wickedness than CDC government when it comes to that executive mansion period public. I'm not a sedition, but it's so evil that you will celebrate on the Liberian people. You stole from them, you lied to them, you enrich yourself on their sweat, and you take them to be a fool. And now you come in our faces to celebrate and say everything is all right. Everything is not all right. The Liberian people are watching. The Liberian people, they are listening. The issue remains today that this government can transform herself inwardly by means of the truth. The government is self-filling. It's self-filling. Nobody will believe that. Go ahead, I say, I'm done with this show. I say, be the last and let go home.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me read this. Good morning, family. Can someone from senior management please address the
Why you
issue?
putting that up? I want to bring it up to bar. I say I want to put it actually up.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
Because this is big. You know, again, let me just sum it up. Why is the government keep lying to the people? Why is it that the government see lies as the only way they can govern, man? Why does this government lie so much? And then they can be so proud, say, yeah, United Party, no propaganda. You don't do propaganda in governance now. Propaganda, the government should be countering propaganda with facts. But the government should not be the one spearheading propaganda. How come the government keep lying to their people? From agency to agency. The only thing the government wants to talk about, not on what they are doing, what other people didn't do. Why is the government doing this? Is the government and the president listening to the voices from the street at all? Are they listening to the people talking? Do they really care about what is going on in the country, though? We speak to partisans, people who voted for Unity Party. Sometimes they can send messages, we can respond, but It is so getting bad and worse. The country is declining and declining fast. The country is declining. See the emissions from this government, that the airport is rotten, that the airport don't have a good landing spot. This government is telling us that holes everywhere at the airport. Airports are things that are usually maintained on a daily basis. If you were to call Stephen Johnson, he would say, no, I to LRAA, I to the airport, and let me see my picture of the building that we painted. Then he put it on Facebook. I mean, what kind of a government full of excuses? How do you come to government with such boast?
I said, man, I'm hungry, but I got to go to our library for hungry by tomorrow.
And you keep lying. But tomorrow we hear it again. Thank you.
We hear it again tomorrow, and we send a special birthday street to my dear friend.
Let's sing the birthday, man. Let's sing the birthday for the first thing. The birthday for the.
Hello, Gray, you want to say something?
Yeah, you know, I've been knowing Nimale for a very long time from Katiro when she lived on King Johnson Road. Very intelligent and astute lady. I just want to say happy birthday to her. She's so dearest and special in our mind today. So we want to say happy birthday, Nimale. I hope you listen and hope you enjoy yourself and having a relaxation. May God wish you many, many more years to come and have a pleasant birthday.
Yes, indeed. The first time I met her, she came to my office in Delaware, and you know, a good friend brought her there, and I met her. I took a picture of her. I'm trying to find a picture to share on this birthday. She's a pleasant woman. She's a wonderful lady, and I want to say happy birthday to you, Madame Yemade Pearson. Again, I think I have this picture on my phone story. I don't know where to go to get it, but I have it. I want to say happy birthday to you, Yemade. You are always a wonderful person. You answer call, but on this special day, I hope you're having fun and you're enjoying yourself. Happy birthday to you.
No, stand on. If I could just add, Madame Pearson is one of those people when you talk to her one time, you always want to talk to her every day. Like, she got a very nice spirit and she talks to you as if it is her own. I mean, she's a great person, very great person, very, very good person. And a leader. When Yemade was leaving LPRC, I remember employees had to go protest that person. We should not take their boss lady. I say, that's how you can see who people are. Happy birthday to you. Keep on being good. Keep on being nice. Your star's always bright ahead.
Yeah, Fubi, if you like to add, fine. If not, we'll sing and we're going.
Wish her happy birthday. Wish her God's love and God's blessings as she journey through life.
Fubi can sing a birthday song. Yeah, imagine Fubi, that's small single.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
You know, I want to say yes, Yemade. Have a wonderful birthday to all of you out there. We want to say till we meet again tomorrow. May God bless you. May God keep you. We say thanks to D. Maxwell Kamaya, the ambassador, the former foreign minister. We want to say thank you very much for appearing on Spoon Talk today. Every week we try to bring some of your past and current government official. Again, I can announce because Delon wanted me to announce that he'll be on the show next week again. Delon is in New York. I chatted with him. I just want to make people mad. Delon is coming to my house next week. He want me to announce it. So again, it's just an open thing, you know. Even listen, but Labrador is all we have and the relationship we have to keep. I want to say to all of you, what do you want to say, Asin?
No. You know, the reason I was laughing at different things, you know, on June 1st, my big brother is celebrating his birthday. Tekotidu. I think you talked to him before. I was only laughing because the man is my big brother, but he is the only person that always want to be like me. You know, the man never had no beer yet because of me. He started putting chemical there to get beer. The man ready. The man just be organizing.
The man birthday will be on Sunday.
Birthday. I know we celebrate you on the show.
It will be on Sunday.
But yeah,
I want to say to all of you again, we wish you well, man. Listen, Fubi, enjoy Burkina Faso. We want to say thank you very much for always joining us, and we are grateful.
Oh, yeah, man, Tama lost.
Tama is in Liberia. He traveled to Liberia. He wanted to meet the president.
my internet shaking.
Somebody is in like, bro, you want to be the president. You want to get his job.
I brought generator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg Fubi. Thank you. Yekezi Zogwe. Yes, sir. Yeah, Yekezi Zogwe. Again, I don't know. Yekezi, if you can come, let's close the show. It is what it is. I want to say thanks to all of you. Lamitei, Maumo, Mustafa Soni, Darlington Wa, Shaki Latte, Bob Cash, Peters. Again, want to say to all of you joining us. It's been a great show. I want to say, Yekezi Zogwe, the man is tired. He has taken so many naps, but he's bouncing back like Local Z. Again, thanks to you too, Fede Bada. We want to say thanks to all of you. It was a wonderful program. Don't forget, we talk about the Minister of State tomorrow, the issue about the GSC report, the people in the mansion stealing your money, and the country is getting rough. We're going to talk about what happened at the airport, and I know who are stealing the problem from the airport. How can this government bounce back? We got a surprise guest. Maybe we'll bring the guest, or maybe we'll just talk about national issue. Tomorrow is a wonderful day, Friday in the house. Come with your popcorn, and let's discuss the issue pertaining to our country. Till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless Madam Titi, the CEO and the management and staff of the Spoon Network. Because of you, we are here. We want to say to all of you, help us make Liberia better. We cannot do this without you. Have a wonderful evening. God bless you, and good night.
Okay, so folks, that's it. That's how we come to the end of today's edition of the show. Join us later on today for another edition. My name is Yekezi Zogwe.